Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. To kick things off, did you know that 78% of companies report a significant boost in software quality and efficiency using automated testing tools? That's the power of QuickTest Professional or QTP. QuickTest Professional is a robust automated testing tool designed by Micro Focus. It helps ensure your software functions perfectly by automating repetitive and complex testing tasks. Businesses using automated testing see a 50% cut in testing time and a 30% rise in defect detection. This speeds up software delivery and saves costs significantly. QTP's automated testing is crucial in modern software development, catching bugs early, ensuring consistent testing, and freeing up teams for strategic work. It's about efficiency and smart resource allocation. In this course, we'll dive deep into QTP. Our agenda includes learning the basics, exploring advanced features, creating automated tests, managing test data, and analyzing results. By the end, you'll be well equipped to leverage QTP in your projects. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Normal recording. 2. Low-level recording. 3. Comparing shared objects memory. 4. Smart identification. 5. Standard checkpoint. Let's dive in.
In this session, we'll be seeing what is automation testing, what are the different kinds of automation testing tools available in the market, and what is the purpose of using this automation testing tools. So what is the objective of this particular session is that we'll be learning about what is testing and what is the purpose of using testing for a software project and what are the different kinds of testing. So we'll be discussing about manual and automation testing. We'll see what is the advantage of using automation testing over manual testing, and then see the difference between manual and automation testing. And in the end of the session, we'll be talking about different kinds of automation tools available in the market. So before understanding the concept of automation testing, let's first see what is test. Let's take an example or relate with a real-time scenario. If we go to a shop and buy a pen, immediately we scribble on a piece of paper to see that the pen is writing fine or not. What is the intention? To see that whether the product is meeting my requirements or not, is it writing smoothly and as per my requirements or not. So same thing applies to software industry. Whenever we make a software product, we need to make sure that the customer or the client is satisfied with whatever product you are delivering to him. So the main purpose of doing testing is to make sure that whatever product we are meeting, is it according to the customer or the client expectation or not? Is it meeting both the technical and the business requirements? Now, how can we satisfy customer or client? Is by doing testing. So testing is basically to find bugs or defects in a software application. When we say bug or defect, let's understand what kind of bugs or defects we find for the software application. It is the deviation between the expected and the actual value is called a bug. For example, I'm expecting something from the product, but actually I'm getting something else. So that kind of bugs or defects we find while doing testing. So the definition of testing is the process of finding bugs or defect in a software application. The more defects we find and report it to the development team, the more we can give rise to a good quality product. So in short, we can say testing is the process of finding defects in a software application. And what is the purpose of software testing? Is to validate and verify that the software application or product is according to the customer's expectations, both technically and business point of view. The whole testing is divided into two kinds of testing. One is your manual testing, other is your automation testing. So what is manual testing? This is one of the oldest types of testing. Initially, when a software industry came into the market, whatever software products we were making, we were testing it manually. So manual testing means we human beings sitting in front of the computer and testing a software application. We don't use any tools, usage is not there. So it is carried out manually without any help of any tools. That is called your manual testing. But the disadvantage with the manual testing was that if we have to run a lot of test cases, it becomes a real tedious job for us, and it doesn't requires a lot of effort and lot of time. It's very time consuming. So sometimes we end up with compromising with the test cases. We don't execute all the test cases. We give less priority to some of the test cases, and in the end it gives rise to a poor quality product. Manual testing is conducted as per the test plan. We have a test plan where we give the guide of all the testing process which has to be followed. But next came with the concept of automation testing. To understand the concept of manual and automation testing, let's first take an example and understand this concept of manual and automation testing. So we have opened one application called as flight application. So this is the first page for the flight application called as login page for the flight application. So we'll be seeing that how can we conduct manual testing for this particular application. So we have written some of the test cases. Let's take an start with the where we are verifying the agent name. So we have a lot of scenarios. The scenarios, first scenario is you're verifying your agent name. Second scenario is you're verifying your password, then your date of flight, and so and so. So initially, let's start with the agent name. If I have to test this particular application manually with this particular set of test conditions, what will I do? I'll go with the test condition. What is my first test condition? That I have set the agent name as username as 4 characters long, and I'm passing Mercury. So this is my input data or the test data by which I'm going to test this particular product. So let's just see what is the first input data, ABCD. So I'll enter ABCD, and what is the password? Mercury. So we'll be entering Mercury in this particular application and then click OK. So once we click OK, we see that it is going to the next page, means that this particular test case is, this particular test condition passed. So we'll see that is the expected and the actual value is passing or not. The expected is the flight reservation main window should open, and what actually I'm getting, yes, it is opening. So the test case passed. This is how I do my manual testing. I go for the next condition. Now in order to check the next input data, again what I need to do, open the application, again enter the next data. In that next data, blank means I'm not entering any agent name. I'm just entering password as Mercury. Entering password as Mercury, I click on the OK button. It throws an error showing that please enter agent name. What is my expected value? Error. And actually what am I getting? Again I'm getting a pop-up window saying that please enter agent name. Now my expected value is error and my actual value is also error. So both are same. It means my test case is passing. Okay, so let's just cancel it. Now again I need to go for the third test condition. For running the third test condition, again I need to open the application and enter the input data as only numerals we have taken, right? And then enter the password as Mercury. Now again I am going to click the OK button. Okay, so again my test case is passing, but my expected window says that it should not, because it should not. Okay, here we have taken the expected value, the numeral is accepted. So it opens the flight reservation main window. So both my expected and actual value is passing. Again, I need to do for the fourth data. So again, I'll open the application because the application is already closed. So let's just open the application again. Again, enter the agent name with the special characters. Okay, then enter the password as Mercury. After entering the my expected is again, it should log in, and I am able to log in. So this is how I am giving the different kinds of input data, but every time what I need to do, as long as I'm giving all the input data for the particular agent name, every time I'm opening the application, entering the input data, password, clicking OK and closing the application. Again I'm opening. So if I have to run for all the test cases, it really becomes a tedious job for me. It becomes really tedious job for me. Now if I am verifying, taking the next scenario that I am verifying password. For verifying password, again I need to open the application. Again I enter the agent name. This is for the, what is the agent name we have taken? We have taken a constant agent name as ABCD. So we kept that agent name constant. Now we'll keep on checking the different passwords. So first one is your Mercury. So we are checking with the Mercury and we are able to log in. So we'll say that this password is accepted. Now again, so we'll close the application and go for the next set of data for the next scenario. So again, we need to open the application, again enter ABC and enter your password as Mercury. Okay, after entering password Mercury, again you click OK. So it shows that it's an error. So this is how I conduct my manual testing. Now if you can see that manually I'm opening the application, I'm sitting in front of the computer, opening my application, entering all the details and seeing that whether my application is logging in or not. Is it according to the expectations or not? But if I have to run all the test cases manually, it is going to really become very time consuming and it's going to be a very tedious job for me. So now you can see that if we do testing manually, it really takes a lots of time and it's very tedious also. But with the introduction of automation testing, our testing has become very easier because now we are taking the help of software testing tools which is running the applications and helping me in doing the testing. If I have to run 1000 test cases, I can train the automation testing tools and the tool can automatically run for the 100 test cases. So it is executed automatically by any software testing tools based on the pre-scripted test. And so why do we need automation testing is that we can simplify our testing effort. So test automation framework is used to implement our automation testing. Then we have different kinds of frameworks framework is basically a guidelines how to make your testing easier. So let's just see what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing. Manual testing, as we just saw, we carried out manually, and I also explained that it is very time consuming and if it requires a huge number of human resources, because if I have to run a lot of test cases, a single person cannot conduct it. We need a lot of human resources to execute all the test cases. Otherwise, what happens? We give rise to a poor quality product. It is also less reliable because when we get tired, maybe we start committing mistakes and it may not be very accurate. So it requires a huge investments because we need a lot of manual testers to run those test cases in order to give rise to a good quality product. And manual testing is not programmable. We need to test everything manually without the help of any tools. But if we talk about automation testing, testing is carried out using some other tools. So the tools will be taking care of all your testing. Human intervention may not be required always, and it is very fast as compared to manual testing. Testing tool is more reliable and cheap, and we can also do a lot of programmings. We can execute a lot of test cases by doing the programming in the automation testing. So we can see that there are a lot of advantage of automation testing tools. We can run a lot of test coverages. It improves our accuracy and we don't need much of human intervention. It speeds up testing. It has a lot of advantages. As you know that this is a world of agile world where the requirements and the technology are changing very fast. So if we are doing all the testing manually, sometimes what happens that we are not able to execute all the test cases because in agile world the requirements and the technology are changing very fast. So in order to maintain it, it becomes difficult for humans to run so many test cases. So we start compromising with the quality. Automation testing tool is one of the biggest solution which has helped us to increase the test coverages, and it has also given rise to a good quality product by improving our accuracy, and we don't need much human intervention, and so the speed of testing has increased a lot. Now let's see what are the different automation testing tools available in the market. As you can see, we have mentioned here some of the licensed tools here and some of the freeware tools available here. Some of the licensed tools available in the market are QuickTest Professional, now it is known as UFT. And next is your functional tester, that is UFT. And the IBM product is your RFT, called as Rational Functional Testing Tool. Then we have Silk Test and the Test Complete Smartware, etc. So we have lot of licensed tools available in the market which are easy to use and they support a lot of multiple technologies. The only disadvantage is most of them are costly options if you go for the licensed tools. These all are your functional testing tools. We also have a lot of freeware automation testing tools. We have Selenium, JMeter, SOAP UI. These all are your freeware functional testing tools. Not only functional testing tools, we also have a lot of other automation testing tools available in the market. Let's just see one of the automation testing tool. So before going this, we have like Load Runner, which is used as functional testing tools in the market. We also have RPT, called as Rational Performance Testing Tools in the market. There are a lot of functional testing tools. Till now, we don't have a single tool which can solve all the testing purposes. So the difference between this license and the freeware tool are that licensed tools are mostly easy to use and support multiple technologies, but the only disadvantage is a costly option. But the freeware tools, the advantages are that they are free and it can be integrated with a lot of other automation testing tools. But the disadvantage is that they have limited support from community, as it is a freeware tool. As you can see that we are going to see one of the automation testing tool called QTP. In the next session, we'll be talking about QTP. So this is one of the automation testing tool in the market. So it supports a lot of technologies. Let's just open QTP, and as I showed you that flight application, the same test cases can be done with automation testing also. We can use the same test cases for automation testing also. We can open the agent name. Now here in this particular tool, we can see that it has a record and playback feature. It also has we can also write the scripts in this. If we go to the test, you can see the open area. Here we can also write the scripts, so that we can program it. We cannot do with the manual testing. We have automation testing tools where we can write all your scripts for all the different kinds of test cases which you have, like in the when you open the Excel sheets just now, whatever we have entered, like for the agent name, we entered the agent name, passwords and all. The same thing we can be handled by the automation tools. But now QTP or any other automation testing tools which you are using, you can use for testing the different kinds of test cases. So just now, as I showed you, that we entered ABCD, the agent name, and we entered password as Mercury, and then we clicked OK. So manually we were doing this, but we can also train an automation tool to enter the different agent name and passwords and click OK. And so what happens when we use automation tools? As you can see in this automation tool, we also have an inbuilt Excel sheet which helps in your parameterization. Parameterization means running for different values. As just now, as we saw in manual testing, we enter different values and check manually whether the application is working fine or not. The same thing we can do with the automation testing tools. We can enter, like you can see this example where we have taken this inbuilt Excel sheet which comes with QTP. Here we can enter all our details, like we can enter agent name here. Then we can enter in the second column as password. So we'll be writing all our input data here in this particular Excel sheets, and then you are going to enter your, just give me a time. So we'll be entering the agent name here. We'll just click on that and enter the agent name. So this is your agent name, and then just one second, let me enter A also, and then enter password as Mercury. Okay, and then you can enter all your details of input data here. So we can give here, we'll click OK, and then we'll enter the agent name. Like we took only alphabets of 4 letters, so we take A, B, C, D, and then enter the password as Mercury. Correct? And then I want the next input data, keeping the password as Mercury itself. Now I can enter numbers and enter password as Mercury. Okay, now how to run it? For that we have to learn the automation testing tools. So this is how you get all your input data here in QTP. In different automation tools, you have different way of entering your input data. But now, as you can see, I'm just giving the input data. Or if you have any Excel sheets also, you can club with the Excel sheet and give your input data and run for that particular application. So I just need to give all the information to QTP or other automation testing tool, and the automation testing tool is going to take care of how to run those test cases. So as you can see, automation testing tool is very beneficial when we need to have a testing for repeated data and for fast accuracy, and when we have lot of input data, we can just enter the input data and it will run for me. So this is the same test cases which we have seen. We can either run manually or through automation tools. So when you learn automation tool, you'll see that when you execute these test cases automation using any automation tools, it becomes pretty faster and very accurate, and it's very less time consuming. Let's just go back to the PPT. So I hope you have understood what is the advantage of using automation testing tools and what is the difference between manual testing and automation testing. It's clear. So it will be very beneficial if we learn the automation testing tools and apply to a project.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What type of testing is QTP primarily used for? Option A, manual testing. Option B, performance testing. Option C, functional and regression testing. Option D, security testing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So let's see what is the objective of this particular session. In this session, I'll be introducing about QTP, where we'll have a QTP overview. We'll see what are QTP plugins, understand the concept of plugins, why do we need plugins in QTP. Then we'll be seeing a snapshot of QTP, and we'll be seeing that how to start with working with QTP. So let's start with what is QTP. QTP is a functional and regression testing tool, which was earlier a Mercury product. Now it is owned by HP. QTP stands for QuickTest Professional. So after being owned by HP, it has been changed to Unified Functional Testing Tool with a new version. So as we said that QTP is a functional and regression testing tool. It is mainly designed for the Windows-based as well as for web-based applications. And it supports GUI testing and as well as API testing. So in order to understand what is a GUI and API, let's just talk about this the kind of testing in details. So in order to understand the GUI testing and API testing, let's first understand what are the kind of interfaces. As we know, there are two kinds of interfaces in computer application. The first one is your command line interface, that is UI, and the second is your GUI, known as graphical user interface. So let's first discuss the first one called as command line interfaces. When we interact with the computer using command, and the computer also responds to us whatever commands we are giving, it's called as command line interfaces. GUI is that when we're interacting with the computer using images and icons, that is called GUI. So QTP supports GUI testing, which involves checking of the screen and the controls like menu, buttons, icons, and so on. Now talking about API testing. API testing is very different from the GUI testing. It is API testing enables communication and data exchanges between two separate software. It is very different, as we said, from GUI testing because it mainly concentrates on the business logic of the software and not on the look and feel of the application. Whereas GUI testing focuses mainly on the look and feel factor of the application. So QTP has been designed which helps us to do both GUI testing as well as API testing. So in order to work with QTP, first we need to understand what are the license provided for QTP, because it is a license tool and it's a commercial tool. So we need to understand what are the licenses provided in order to use QTP. As we can see that we have mentioned, there are three kinds of licenses available in the market. First one is your demo license. Demo license is for anyone who wants to practice QTP and learn QTP. It is a 14 days demo license. You can install it and use it for 14 days for your practice and for learning QTP. Seat license is mostly for the people who are like for a company who wants a permanent license. It's a permanent kind of license which is specific to the computer. So mostly the people who want a permanent license can go for the seat license. The third kind of license which we are talking about is your floating license, which is a limited license for a software application, and it can be shared among large number of users at a given point of time. So depending upon what is your requirement, you can go for any of the licenses as mentioned here. Now let's talk about QTP plugins. Before starting QTP, we need to know that what are the technologies supported by QTP and what is the purpose of plugins in QTP. Plugins make your, if you are having plugins on QTP, then only you are able to work in different applications and different technologies, because it makes your QTP, it makes you acceptable according to your specific application, according to the specific technology which has been used for an applications. The default plugins are your ActiveX, Web, and your Visual Basic. So let's just go to QTP and see that what are the default plugins. So we'll be opening the QTP here. We have the icon of QTP here. Wherever you have the icon, you can just click on that. Once you open the QTP, you can see that it shows a page called as Add-in Manager, where we have ActiveX, Visual Basic, and Web. Why it is mentioned as Visual Basic? Because VB scripting language is the default language which we use with QTP. So whenever we use QTP, we need to write whatever script is recorded or written. It is in your Visual Basic language. It is in the VB scripting language, and VB scripting is a language which is actually derived from the Visual Basic. So people who are familiar with Visual Basic, it's easy for them to learn the VB scripting language. So now let's come back to our add-in, or also known as plugin. You can either call it add-in or plugin. So both are basically to support the different kind of technologies. So the default plugins or the default plugins which we can see is your ActiveX, Visual Basic, and Web. So these are your default ones. So whenever we open QTP, we can, if you are working on any Windows-based application, you just need ActiveX and Visual Basic. But if you're working for a web-based application, then you need all of them. So you can just tick mark on all of them if you're using web application. If you're using Windows-based application, you can just have ActiveX and Visual Basic. Now, if you're working in different platforms, if you're testing a product which is in different platforms like .NET or Java, mainframe, then you need the extra add-ins. If you're working on a .NET application, you need a .NET plugin. If you're working in Java application, you need a Java add-in. So if you're working in mainframe, then you need a mainframe plugin. So this is whatever technology you're working, you need the plugins for that, whatever QTP supports. Okay, so once we click on OK, then it's ready to start in QTP. So by the time it's opening, let's just discuss more in detail. So we just saw what are plugins. So as we just discussed, these are your default plugins. And we have more add-ins if you're working with various platforms, as we have mentioned here, like .NET, Java, Web, SAP, Oracle, whatever technology you're working, you need to have an extra add-in for that particular technology. Now we have an overview about QTP, where we have shown what all we have in the QTP. So let's go back to QTP first and understand that what all we have in QTP, and then come back to this particular slide. So welcome to QTP now. You're in the first page of QTP, where you have your start and the test. So when you click on the test, this is your document area, where you can see that there are two kinds of view. One is your expert view, other is your keyword view. Now what are these views for? If you have one, we have to just we need a script to basically understand the expert view and the keyword view. But in short, we can say that expert view is a view where whatever we record or whatever script we write, it has to be in your VB scripting language. Keyword view is a view which shows the same scripts, corresponding script and keyword view, but it is in your simple English language. It is a description of what you have done for your easy to understand. In a short while, I'll record a script and show you that what is expert view and what is the keyword view. Let's first just have an overview of QTP and then we'll be recording the script. Now here we also have a data table, how to see the data table. Right now you can see the data table, but sometimes the data table is not visible on the front screen. If it is not there, just click on the view. Here you can find your data table. So it's tick mark means it's already there on the screen. If you remove it, it is gone from your screen. If I want to view it, again I'll click on the data table. So data table comes back on my screen. As you can see, it is your like an Excel sheet. It is the inbuilt Excel sheet which comes with QTP. So basically what is the use of data table is that if you have lot of data, you can put in the Excel sheet how you can maintain a lot of input data, or the test data can be maintained in your inbuilt Excel data table. So people sometimes have a confusion that we don't that if we don't have a QTP right now with me, then can I still put my input data? Yes, we can put in the Excel sheet. QTP supports integration with Excel sheet, also Notepad, WordPad. So you can have all your informations in your Excel sheet, Notepad, or WordPad. So if you don't have right now QTP, you can maintain all your information. Once you have QTP, you can integrate directly with the Excel sheet. No need to put the information again in this data table. You can directly integrate it with it and work on it. Then you'll ask, why do we need the data table here? The need of data table is it is inbuilt, so it is gives you a very easy to use any kind of data. You can easily see the data here and work on it. Now let's see the other view called as we have another view which we have here is your active screen. What does the active screen do? It gives us the snapshot of whatever we are doing. So let's just open the snapshot again. The active screen. This shows us active screen. Right now the active screen is blank because we have not recorded any script, so we cannot see the snapshot of anything. As we said, we'll just record and show you all the features again. So now this again, we also have a debugger viewer. QTP supports IDEs, that is integrated development environment, where you can have we have the code editor, a compiler, the interpreter, debugger, all merged together into a single GUI. Now let's see that we have here debugger viewer, where we can also debug the code. We can write the code, we can debug it, we can interpret everything we have here. So it's also known as integrated development. It supports the integrated development environment. Initially, in order to start with QTP, let's see what all it supports. QTP supports record and playback feature, where you are recording the script using the record button. After recording the script, you can play back the script using the run button to see whether the scripts has been recorded properly or not. Then you have the other feature called as descriptive programming, where you don't record and play back the scripts, but you write your own programs. So it also supports the programming capabilities. Let's just start with just to know that how the script is recorded in QTP. We'll have the flight application which comes with QTP itself. We just click on the record button. Once the record button is open, you can see it opens the page called as record and run settings, where you have Windows application, and I think the web is not tick mark, that's why it's not showing web application. So let's just open the QTP again so that it shows the web application also. So we'll close the QTP once more and just open the QTP again. Now we'll see that the web application is also tick marked. Now see, web is not tick marked, so it was not showing me the web application. So we'll just click on the web and click OK. Once we click OK, now we can see when we click on the record button, we can see that we'll be having the other features. So we'll just click on the automation. If you click on the automation also, you'll find the record here. Either you can click on the record button here, or you can go to automation and click on the record. You also have your record and run settings button, where you can just open your record and run settings. You can see that we have for both Windows application and web application. If you are using the Windows application, then click on the Windows application. If you are just clicking on the record and run settings on the first one, you just need to say OK and then start recording. So you just click on this and enter your agent name. Then enter your password. Password is Mercury. You cannot give any other password, and then click OK button. Okay, so this is how you do recording for a Windows based application. And just close the application. You can also enter your details in this page. I'm not entering. I'm just closing the application. So right now it is not in recording mode. So this is how you start with the record and run settings. Okay. Now, if I want for like second option, so I can also enter the second option. But then what I need to do, I need to click plus on this and give the details about where it is located. So this is a path of the application. Okay. And then click OK. Once you click OK, it shows the path here. Okay. And then apply. And then, okay, so this is your setting done. Now, when I click on the record button, it will automatically open the QTP. Because I have already mentioned the path, so it's already opening the QTP. No need to open the, it's not QTP, sorry. It will automatically open this login application. Okay, now directly enter whatever you want to give the details and then give the password as Mercury. Okay, then enter the click OK. After clicking OK, you can just stop recording. If you want, you can enter the details and stop recording. Okay, so this is how you click start recording. You will directly start from here also. So I'll show you it again here. Same way you can also do for web application also, automation, record and run settings. Again, for the web application, if you click on the first option, then you have to open the application yourself. If you are giving the second option, then it sees whatever path you have given and no need to open the application. The application will be open itself. Okay, just apply and okay. But right now I'm not going for web application. We are just first seeing how to work with the Windows application. So let's just record using the record button which we have here. So the setting is already done for the Windows application and we just now did. If we click on record and run settings, we'll see Windows application. The second option is already selected where we have, but as soon as you open the QTP again, the path goes away. So every time you open, you need to give the path. Otherwise, what happens that you start recording without giving the path and nothing gets recorded. So you need to, every time when you are opening this record and run settings, you make sure that, well, that plus is clicked and you enter, just click OK and the details comes here. If this is not there, it will not record the script. Or if you have a confusion, you can just click on the first option and then apply, OK, and just open the application and then start recording. Okay, it is showing flight application because we have clicked on the flight application for the second option. So if we are going, just stop it and we'll remove that. Just go to record and run settings. It should be in, see what happened, that the second choice was open, so automatically open the web application. But if you want to work on Windows application, click on the first option. For web also, otherwise it will open the web application. Click on the Windows application and the first option should be clicked if I don't want QTP to open the flight application automatically. So after this option is clicked, we have done the settings. Now we just click on the record button. So some script was already recorded. So we'll just go for the new script again. Just click on the record button. After clicking on the record, go for the Windows application. See, the first option should be clicked on both of them. The first option is here. For Windows also, first option is there. If it is not there, go to again automation, record and run settings and select both the options and then click OK. After clicking OK, just open the flight application, enter your details. Like you can enter any agent name, but it should not be less than 4 characters. And password is Mercury. Once you enter your password as Mercury, click OK. Now it will open the second page. It's your wish. If you want to enter the details, you can enter. Otherwise, you can just close the application. Stop recording. Now you can see that whatever steps I have did, the steps has been recorded here. Now let's discuss again about the expert view and keyword view. As you can see in the expert view, the script has come in your VB scripting language. Right now, you will not understand the script. It's okay. In the next session, you will start understanding the script. Now, if you come back to the keyword view, you can see this is in your simple English language, and each script in the expert view has a corresponding keyword view. It's not that some script will be there in expert view and some script will be in keyword view. Whatever script is there in expert view, the corresponding script is there in your keyword view. So the expert view, you just have the script in your VB scripting language, whatever steps you have done. For example, in the first script, you have in the login window, you have entered agent name and set is for giving the value. Now here you have the concept of parent and child. So login is your parent, as you can see, and agent name is your child. For that, what have you done? I have set the value. For the next, again, dialog, login is your parent, password is your child. For this, set secure means giving the value, but in giving the password, but not giving the but it should be in the encrypted way. Again, the login is your parent, okay is your child. What operation I'm doing? I'm clicking on it. I want to understand the script. You can just go to the keyword view and see what we have done. That for agent name, we have set the value. So you can say that documentation where it says enter Pluta in the agent name. Next is your password, where we are it is set secure. It is in the encrypted form. So enter the encrypted form in the password. Then what am I doing? I'm clicking on the OK button. I'm closing the flight resolution. It is given you in a simple English language, whatever steps you have done. Now you can see that the active screen, in this active screen, the first line is highlighted, showing the snapshot of what you did in the first line, that I entered the agent name. If I click on the password, now password got highlighted, showing that you have entered the password. So each script you can see the snapshot in your active screen. We also do certain operations using active screen. If you click on OK, now OK button gets highlighted. So you can see that active screen is nothing but snapshot of whatever you are doing. Okay. Now we are not using any data table right now. So if later on in the other sessions, we'll be using data table and understand actually why data table is used. So I hope that this is clear. Even the debugger viewer is there. We cannot use it right now. We should first learn how to write the script, how to record it. So this is how we do the recording. After recording is done, we have a playback button called as run button. So after recording, just click on the run button and just click OK. This is where the result is showed or saved. Just click on the OK button. Once you click on the OK button, it starts running whatever you have done. So we need to open the application because we went with the first option where we have to open the application ourselves. So now we see that the script has run very successful. This is how the record and playback feature is done in QTP. So just now we saw these all things in the QTP. So this is a snapshot of QTP where you can see what is title bar, menu bar, toolbars and all. And then as we saw that it supports the record and playback feature. Just now I showed you how to do the record and playback. Then unuser actions are captured using Microsoft Component Object Model called as COM. Let's understand what is COM. COM is a platform independent distributed object oriented system. It is basically used for interacting and it's a basis for several other Microsoft technologies and frameworks, which includes like ActiveX, OLE, automation, and so on. So another kind of, as we said, is a descriptive programming where you're not using the record and playback feature, but you're writing the script yourself. It also provides an easy way to perform operations which are not present. So descriptive is without the object repository, but these topics we'll be discussing in some other sessions. Okay. In the end of the chapter, you have your assignments and assessments where you can just go through it to understand what you have understood through this particular session.
Hey there. Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
QTP supports the record and playback feature in QTP. So there are different recording modes in QTP and the different ways of developing the automation testing. The different kinds of recording modes in QTP are standard recording mode, then the analog recording, low level recording, and then switching from one recording mode to another. So in this session, we are focusing on how to do the recording. So we start with an introduction to recording in QTP. Let's see what is the objective of this session. This session will start with an introduction to recording. Then we'll see what is the record and playback feature in QTP. Then we'll see what is the testing process and how to work with the record and run settings window. Then what is an object test module, and finally we'll see what is the recording modes in QTP. Let's just start with what is the record and playback feature in QTP. In order to develop the automation scripts, there are two ways. The first was your record and playback feature. The next is your descriptive programming. So we'll see that what is the advantage of using the record and playback features and what are the disadvantages of using record and playback feature. So let's start with what is record and playback feature in QTP. Record and playback feature helps us to record the user actions. We have a record button in QTP. When we click on the record button, the script starts getting generated. Then we have a stop button by which we can stop the script, the recording, and then we can play back to see whether the script has been recorded properly or not, and we can also see that whether the testing is done properly or not. So using the record option, user can build the automation scripts automatically. In order to understand the record and playback feature in detail, we will just go to QTP and understand this process. So we have just opened the QTP. Now we'll see how to work with the record and playback feature in QTP. Here if we click on the start page, we have a automation. In this we have the record button. So once we click on the record button, the script starts getting recorded. Once the script has been recorded for the particular application, you can click on the stop button. Once you click on the stop button, it will stop recording. And then you have a playback feature which is called your run button, where we can click on the run button and play back the script to see whether the script has been recorded properly, whether the testing is done properly or not. Now in this automation, you have something called as record and run settings. This is for setting your record options. Just click on the record and run settings. Here you have two kinds of settings. One is for your web applications, the other is for your Windows application. Let's first understand how to do the record and run settings for the Windows application. Let's just click on the Windows application. Here you have two options, as you can see, the record and run test on any Windows based application. The other is your record and run only on. So let's see that we go with the first setting. So we just click on the first setting and we need to just click OK. So once we click OK, we have to go to automation, click on the record mode. Now when we go with the first option, we have to search for the application path. So if we click on the start, we have lot of Windows application. You can choose any of the Windows application for which you want to do the testing. I'm selecting the flight application which comes inbuilt with QTP. You can also select the Paint or Notepad, any of the Windows application you can select and try to do the record and playback feature in this any Windows based application. So I'm clicking on the flight. Once I click on the flight, now I'll enter the agent name. Agent name can be anything, only that you have to keep in mind that the length should be more than 4 characters and also it should be less than 10 characters. It accepts more than 10 characters, but what happens if I give the 11th character? The 11th character overrides the first letter. So it's better if you keep the agent name in the length of 4 to 10 characters. So I'm giving the name, agent name. After entering the agent name, you need to type the password as Mercury. You cannot give any other passwords because for this particular application, it is already set password as Mercury. Just click on the OK button. You can see as I am typing, the script is also coming along with it, and this is in your VB scripting language, because QTP uses by default the VB scripting language, which is a very easy language. It is easy to learn. It's not difficult. Initially, when we are doing record and playback feature, we'll not understand the script very much in detail, but later on when we come to descriptive programming, each and every script becomes very clear. Now here, once the second page opens, let's just enter the date of flight. Okay, give the valid date of flight. If you're not giving date of flight, when we are clicking on the run button, it will throw an error. And select the fly from. Once you select the fly from, go to flight to and just record it carefully. The recording has to be very smooth. If the recording is not very smooth, then it throws an error while run time. So it has to, you cannot do in a hurry. So just enter in very smoothly, give all the details. No need to do fast, because while if you're trying to enter the details fast, you may end up, because the application may not be able to pace up with your speed and it may throw some kinds of error. So just close the flight application. Now you can see we clicked on the record button, we have a run button, we have a stop button. So after the script, after recording is over, I need to click on the stop button. Once I click the stop button, it will stop recording. Now even if I open the application and try to enter any details, it will not enter any more details because it is not in your recording mode. Fine. So now I want to check whether the script is running fine or not. So we'll click on the run button. You have a run button here. Just click on the run button. Now this is for the result sheet. The path you can see that write the run results. Where do you want to store your results? So you can either give your path here or you can give your temporary run results folder. By default it goes in the result one. You just click OK. Once you click the OK button, the script is going to automatically will open the application and going to run the script. Now we can see the script is running fine. It means the script is recorded properly. Fine. Once the running is over, we get a test result. In the end, you can just see that there on the left hand side, it shows you the details about the test result details. So once the result has come, we can also expand all the plus and see what is the result in detail. So now it shows that one iteration passed. So the script was able to run properly. We can expand the script and see the script. Each and every details you can see whether it was run properly or not by just expanding on the left hand side of your results sheet. I hope this is clear. Now let's just go back to the QTP again. So when we did the recording, we can see now there are two kinds of view in QTP. One is called your expert view, the other is called your keyword view. Expert view is whatever we recorded, the whole script comes in your VB scripting language. This is your VB scripting language, and keyword view contains in your simple English language. If you're clicking on the first line, it shows the corresponding line for the first line, the details, it is the explanation. It shows system util. System util is a command for opening the application. You also have another command called as invoke application, by which we can open the application. Run. What do you want to run? You have to give the path of the application. Value shows the path of the application, where the application from where you are opening it. The documentation gives us the details about what did we do. It is just giving in simple language a easy explanation. Open the, what are we opening? We are opening this particular application. If you go to the expert view, again if you click on the second line, you can just go to the keyword view. Now it has highlighted the second line, corresponding second line gets highlighted in the keyword view. Again the explanation for the second line is given here, that agent name, in the agent name field, what did we just open the application to understand this. So once we open the application, we can see that in agent name, what have we done? We have set. What did we set? We set the value. So set is a command. These all operations are your commands which is defined in QTP. With the practice you will know which one to use where. Run is for giving the path. Set is for giving the value. Set secure is basically is for giving the value in an encrypted form. So password I don't want to reflect on the screen. For this we use the method called as set secure. Click is for clicking. So here we have what method we are doing for age and name. We are giving the value. For giving the value we use the command called as set. So set and the value we have given, and here we have given the details. QTP is also called as keyword driven because here you can see through the keyword it is running. These are all your keywords that run, set, secure. Through this it is using a particular commands, it is doing certain things. Now if I click on the password, so if I go to the expert view, it shows me the corresponding password script. So now to understand, I think keyword view is clear, which is in your simple English language. The first one is for your action, second is for the what the methods, what value you are putting, and the documentation. It gives you the explanation of what you have done on the particular application. We'll just go to the expert view now. Here we can understand that what is the script. As I told, system-util.run is a system-util is a command to open the application. Run is for giving the path. So you can just give, even when typing, you can type it yourself, system-util.run, and give just the path. In order to find the path, you can just click on the start, right click on the flight, and if you click on the properties, you'll find the path of the QTP, which is the same which is mentioned here. In the target, as you can see, whatever the path of the QTP, it has, that is the path which is mentioned in the script. Now go to the second line. Here we have QTP follows the object oriented concept. So what is object oriented concept is that QTP treats each and everything in an application as an object. Whether we take login, age and name, password, whatever we see in this particular application is an object for QTP. So what QTP does while recording, that it sees each object, try to capture the properties of an object and put it in its brain. So what is the brain for QTP? If we go to the start page, if we click on the automation and no, just click on the resources and click on your object repository. So when you click on your object repository, this is the place where QTP stores all its objects and the properties of an object. So you can, these are called your test object because these are the objects for which QTP has done the recording. Now these all you can see, these are so if you click on the login, you can see the name. This is called your logical name. The logical name is login. Now each and every object, as I told, that QTP captures its property. So QTP has some predefined classes like dialog, win edit, win button. So based on which property matches for which class, it goes and puts under that particular class. So for this login, the name logical name is login, and it will see what are the properties. So those properties matches to the class called as dialog, so it puts under dialog class. And there are, what is the repository? As I told you, it's the storehouse of all the objects. It keeps the details about all the test objects or the objects for which you have done the recording. So test objects are those objects for which you have done the recording. So it maintains the information about all the test objects in your object repository. So this is very important feature in the record and playback, that whenever we are recording the script, then the objects get stored by default in the object repository. So if we have a very large application which contains a lot of objects, then what happens, that the object repository is overloaded with the objects, then the speed gets slow. In that scenarios, we try to jump to the other kind of developing automation script, that is your descriptive programming. So this is the only drawback of the record and playback feature, that if we are used in record and playback, the objects get loaded in the object repository, and if there are too many objects in the object repository, the performance gets slow. So in order to avoid this, we jump to a descriptive programming. But there are a lot of advantages also of record and playback feature. The main advantage is that people who are new to QTP, it's very easy for them to do the testing in your record and playback feature, because you need not go to so much detail in scripting. QTP is itself doing it. It is recording the script for you. So it's easy to work in QTP with the record and playback feature for the beginners. Later on with the advanced QTP, you can use your descriptive programming. I hope this is clear. Now let's just go back to the script again. So we'll close the object repository and we'll just go back to the uh, script again. So as we saw that now in the script we saw that all the objects, so whatever you're seeing in the red color, those are your objects, and they all the objects based on their properties are put under certain classes. So log is an object which is belongs to dialog class. Agent name is another object belonging to WinEdit class. Now we see the second line of the script. The login is your parent object and it belongs to dialog class. Then we have agent name. So if we open the application, we can understand it a bit better. We'll just open this particular application. In this you can see login. You can see in the first one, dialog. Login is an object belonging to dialog class. It's a parent and it has a child called as agent name. So these are called your child objects. Whichever you see inside the login is your child objects. So parent login, the child name is agent name belonging to WinEdit class. What method we did? We set. What did we set? We set a value in that. Again for password, if we take for the password, again the parent is your login which belongs to dialog class and child is password which belongs to WinEdit. The parent and child is separated by a dot. So first you need to write the class name of the parent, inside that the logical name of the parent, dot class of the child and the logical name of the child, and then the method what you are trying to do for that particular child. So set secure, I'm giving setting the value in a secure manner with the encrypted manner of the password. Same way we have for the parent. Parent is your login. OK is the child belonging to WinButton class. What did we do in that? We just clicked on it. So this is how the script works. You'll get a better idea when we go for the scripting concept. Okay, I hope this is clear that how the scripting is done. Now let's go with the second option. So we'll just click on the start page again and just click on your automation again. Here again we'll click on the record and run settings. Again when you click on the Windows application, when we click on the second option, we need to click on the plus sign. If you don't click on the plus sign, what happens? It will not record it. So now by default it shows you the path as I've already shown that how to pick up the path. You just need to go to start and right click on the flight and properties. From the target you can see the same path is mentioned here. By default for flight application the path comes. You can also copy and paste from it. Click OK and then click on the apply, click on the OK button. So this is how you do the settings for the second option, and then again you click on the record button. So once you click on the record button, we'll just open a new script to understand this concept. So we'll just stop recording and open a new page. Once we are in a new page, we'll just click on the, we'll just check the setting is done properly or not. So we'll just also close this login to see the script is running fine or not. We'll also close the result. Now we'll just go to the automation, record and run settings. Fine. Now here after this, what am I going to do? I'm just clicking Windows application. Yes, we have. So every time I open a new test, remember that this plus will go. It will not have. So every time if you're using the second option, whenever you're clicking for the record button, first you need to do the record and run settings. Otherwise, it will not record the script because here the path is not there. So every time if I'm using the second option, every time I need to do the settings. So I need to click the first and again I need to click OK. Though I had done it, so you can see the path has come here. Every time I close, now apply, OK. Now if I open a new test, you'll see that that is gone again. Okay, so we just close it. Again when we go to start page, again go to your resources, automation, record and run settings. Now let's just check. So you can see again the path is not there. So every time you're opening a new test, again we have to do the settings. So again we click in this, click OK, apply, OK. Now you click on your automation and the record button. Fine. Now when you are in recording button, you'll see that with the second option, automatically the application opens, and you can do the recording in the same way as we did in the previous case. So this is the difference between the first option and the second option. Now recording will be the same way as we did for the previous option. Okay, only the difference between the first option and the second option, in the first option you need to set the, you have to click from the start and search for the application. In the second option, automatically the application opens. Just click stop recording. This is how you do the recording with the second option. Now let's go with the web application. Now how to do the recording for the web application? We'll just close this window. Now whenever you're going for web application, just open the new test. Once we open a new test, again we need to do the settings. Every time the setting has to be done. So we'll just click on your automation and record and run settings. Now in order to set for web application, first it should be on the first option. If you're going for the, excuse me, if we are going for the Windows application also, in the Windows application the web should be selected the first option. Okay, so for the web application, if I click on set the first option, click apply and click OK, then you have to open the application yourself. If you are going with the first option, same as for Windows application. Sorry, this is your Windows application. You're going with the Internet Explorer, and you need to open the application in your Internet Explorer. We can't open in any other application. So we'll just click again automation, click on the record button. So now click on your start and click on the Internet Explorer. Please don't use any other browser because most of the browsers are not supported by QTP. So you need to find what is the latest version you are using, and if you are using Chrome and all, you need to check if it is supporting other browsers or not. Because most of the cases it supports your Internet Explorer. So we are opening the Internet Explorer, and then we can enter the details here. Like we can enter www.gmail.com. So this is how you do your recording in your web applications. So once your gmail.com opens, we can just enter your details in the Gmail application. Fine, just click your email ID. After entering your email ID, just click on the next button and click your password. So enter all your details. After entering the details, just stop recording. Fine, so you can see now the script has come as browser and page. This is your how the recording is done for your web application. It comes that in Windows based application, mostly the relation is between the parent and child, but if you're going for web application, mostly the, if you see the fifth number, then you can see the relation is grandparent. The grandparent is your browser, the parent is your page, and web button is your child. So if you click on your Gmail application, you just open the Gmail again to understand. So once you open your gmail.com, now here whatever you're seeing, that browser is your grandparent, page is your parent, and this edit box or the next button, this all are your child. So for web application you have grandparent, parent and child. For Windows application you just have parent and child. I hope this is clear. Now we'll just go to start page and we can just run the script. Just click on your run button. So this is how you do your for web application. Okay, so the recording is not proper here. We'll just close this and we'll go with the next option now. Now in order to go for this, go to the start page again. In order to do for the next page, okay, now to go for the second option, again click on your automation, record and run settings. Now click on the second option. Here you need to type http://gmail.com and just click on the apply and OK. So once you click, automatically when we click on the record button, the application will open itself. No need to find from where to open the Gmail. So now you can enter your email, and after entering the email, enter the password, and then after entering your password, just stop recording. So this is how you do with the second option. So I hope this record and how to do the record and playback is clear. Okay, now let's just go back to QTP. Not QTP, just let's go back to the slide. So this is your testing process where what we do is first you analyze your application, then you prepare what is your testing infrastructure, and then you build your tests and add the steps to them. You can also enhance your tests. Then finally we debug, run and see, analyze our test results, and then we see what are the defects and we can report the defects. So this is your whole testing cycle. Now, as we have just seen what is record and run settings, how to work with the first option and the second option. We also saw what is a quick test object model reference, where we saw that quick QTP treats each and every object in an application as an object. In any application, whatever it sees, it treats them as an objects, and based on its properties, it puts them under certain classes. Now there are three we just saw the recording modes in QTP, right? Now there are three recording modes in QTP. First is your normal recording mode, then is your analog recording and low level recording. Now, what is a normal recording mode? It is also known as your standard recording mode or context sensitive recording mode. This is your default recording mode, and just now what we discussed that QTP uses a object model reference where it treats each and everything in an application as object. So in the normal recording mode takes full advantage of this quick test object model. Next is your analog recording mode. So in some cases we need to switch from the normal recording mode to analog recording mode. This is only done when we need the exact mouse and keyboard operations. Then is your low level recording mode. In normal recording mode, most of the objects are recognized, but in some cases when we are recording in the normal recording mode, what happens that it is not recognized, so then we switch to a low level recording. So this mode enables us to record any object in your application. So when the objects are not being recognized in the normal recording mode, we switch to a low level recording mode. In order to understand how normal recording mode is done, analog and low level, we have separate sessions. You can go to the session and understand. So many assignments to understand whatever we have discussed, to make you understand what is whatever concept we discussed. We also have an assessments, which are your multiple choice questions. Please try to solve it yourself, though we have an answer at the end of the session, but it's better that if you try to solve it yourself.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we have opened the QTP. Now let's see how can we do the low level recording for a web-based application. In order to start for the low level recording for the web-based application, we'll just locate where is the low level recording. As we know that low level recording will be deactivated state. It gets activated only when we are in record mode. So let's first do the record and run settings. We click on automation, click on the record and run settings. So right now, since we have selected the web application, we will just click on the web and we can select any of the options. If we select the first option, then if we click on the apply OK, we need to open the application ourselves. So now we'll go with the second option, and here you can type http://gmail.com because we are opening the Gmail application. If you're working with Yahoo or any other web application, you can give the path there itself. Now after giving the path, just click on the apply. Okay, once you click on apply OK, just click on the record button. So once we click on the record button, the application, the Gmail will open itself because we have gone for the second option. Now we'll just click on here, just expand it in order to see the details. Enter your email. So now before entering our information in this web application, we'll switch to a low level recording mode. Right now we are in normal recording mode. So let's just go to QTP and we'll just go to automation. You can also click on the low level recording present in the menu, or you can just go to automation and click on your low level recording. So once we click on the low level recording, we can see we are in low level recording mode. Now just click on the Gmail and enter your details. So we'll enter the email username right now. Enter your email username. So I'm entering whatever username you have, you can enter it. So we'll enter the details. After that, we'll click we'll just click on the next button and we'll click our password. So enter just 1 second. We'll enter gmail.com and then click on the next. Fine. Now we'll be entering the password. The password is whatever password you have, you can enter your password. After entering your password, just click on the sign in. So now once this page opens, so I'm just clicking on the basic HTML view. After clicking on this, we'll just close the application, or you can log out, we can sign out and then close the application. So after closing the application, we'll just stop recording and see what is the script. So now you can see, if you look at the script, even though we have done for the web application, if in the low level recording mode, still there are only two classes defined, window and WinObject. Whether it's Windows based application or web based application, for both of them, there are only two classes, window and WinObject. So the low level recording is mostly used for the web based application. For web based application, mostly we find objects which is sometimes not identified in the normal recording mode. Then we switch from the normal recording mode to the low level recording mode. So whether we are using web based application or Windows based application, if the objects are not identified by QTP, we can switch to a low level recording mode. I hope this concept is clear. You can also see that it has recorded the exact X and Y coordinates for the web based applications also, that where we have clicked, wherever we have clicked, it has recorded the X and Y coordinates also. So the same thing it's applied for the web based applications also, that it records all objects as Windows or WinObjects, and it also records the mouse clicks. So recorded steps may not run correctly on all objects. So this is the drawback of the low level recording. We have assignments which is based on your low level recording. So you can just go through these questions and try to solve it. If you have any doubts, you can go to our sessions and maybe you'll get the answers. You also have an assessments where you have the multiple choice questions. You can try solving this assessments, which will help you to understand whether you have understood the session well or not.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP supports three kinds of recording modes. The first one is your normal recording mode, second is your analog recording mode, and third is the low level recording mode. In this session, we'll be focusing on switching from one recording mode to another, which can be either from the normal recording mode to analog recording mode or normal recording mode to low level recording mode. Let's see what is the objective of this session. In this session, first we have a brief summary of whatever we learned, the three recording modes. Then we'll see how to navigate from one recording mode to another. Then have a comparison among all the three recording modes. And then we'll have a snapshot of the application. Let's start with which recording mode. So we have a brief summary of all the three recording modes. Let's just quickly switch to QTP and just have a brief summary of whatever we learned all the three recording modes. So we have opened the QTP. Let's start with the normal recording mode. We'll just take the uh, automation and click on the start. Automation, when you click on the record, it is in your normal recording mode. Just click on this, click on the Windows application, click OK, click on the start button, and then on the flight just enter the agent name and finally enter the password. It should be Mercury. After entering password as Mercury, click OK. Fine. So I'm not recording for the next page. If you want, you can record for the next page also. Now close it and stop recording. Now when we see the script, it is in your normal recording mode. So normal recording mode is the default recording mode which uses your object model concept, where it treats each and everything in an application as an object. But there are limitations of normal recording mode. It cannot be used when we need exact mouse movements and keyboard movements. In that scenario, we switch from a normal recording mode to a analog recording mode. So let's just see what is analog recording mode. So to understand the concept of analog recording mode, we'll use the Paint application where we are going to do the signature. So we just click on the new. After clicking on the new, it's in the new page. Now we are going to do for the Paint application. So we'll just click on the start page. Yes. And then automation, click on the record button. We are taking Paint application, which is Windows application. Okay. Now we are going to just open the application. After opening the application, I'm switching to my analog recording mode. So I'm just clicking analog recording and the object spike comes asking for which application you want to go for analog. Just click on the object spike, click on the application, you'll get untitled Paint. Now start analog record. Now we are going to sign on this Paint application. Okay, fine. After signing on something on this, now we are going to stop recording. And then we are just refreshing the file. I'm not saving it. We can just exit it or you can open a new one. When we have exited, so we'll just start from go into the run and click on the run button. Automation and click on the run button. Now let's see. Now we can see the signature is coming very properly. So this is for your analog recording mode. So analog recording mode is very beneficial whenever we use signature, mouse and the keyboard movements. So it is also beneficial for graphs and all, and wherever GUI concept is used. Now let's just run and check whether the signature has been captured properly or not. So we'll close the application and run it. So this is your analog recording mode. Just click on the run button. Automation, click on the run button. Okay, and we'll just wait and see whether the signature is captured. So you can see the signature is coming very properly. But analog recording mode also has a restriction that it cannot be used at the object level, because as you can see everything comes in only in one script as run analog track 1. So we cannot edit the scripts because the scripts are not visible. So it's best suited for signatures and all. Okay, now let's go for the low level recording. So we'll just click on the start and open a new test. So after opening a new test, we'll start with opening the application in your normal recording mode. Just click on the automation. After clicking, click on the record, Windows application. Okay. Yes. Now you can just open start and then go for your flight application. Now we are switching from this into low level recording. So either you can go to automation, low level recording, and then now it is in your low level recording. Now you enter your details in your low level recording mode. So password is Mercury, and then you can see the recording mode reflects here low level. Now entering this, click OK button. After clicking OK button, we'll just close the application. If you want, you can enter the details in the next page also and stop recording. Okay. Now we can just run to see whether the script is running fine or not. So we just click on the run button. Just go to automation, click on the run button. Fine. Let's wait and see whether the script is running fine or not. Now you can see that the script is running fine. So these are the different kinds of recording modes. So in the low level recording mode, now you can see there are only two classes, window and WinObject. Whereas for the normal recording mode, you have a lot of classes. Both normal recording mode and low level recording mode shows the scripts, each and every scripts in detail, so we can also edit the scripts. But analog recording mode will not show the script in detail, so we cannot edit the scripts in your analog recording mode. Okay, so this is what we just now saw. So normal recording mode is the default recording mode, and normal recording mode takes less memory as compared to analog and low level recording mode. When normal recording mode does not accurately record, then we can switch to when the normal recording mode is not working in scenarios like signatures, or sometimes the objects are not recognized by QTP. In that scenario, we can switch to analog or low level recording mode depending upon which one suits for which requirement. Sometimes QTP also automatically switches according to whether the objects are getting recognized or not in the normal recording mode. Now we'll see that how to navigate from one recording mode to different recording modes. Now let's see that we'll just open one application where we are going to just open the flight application. In this, what we are going to do, for this we'll do both normal recording mode and analog recording mode. So let's just start with the record button. Click on the automation, click on the record button. So now you are in your normal recording mode. Windows application, okay, fine. Now just open the application and enter your details. So we'll just enter the agent name, and then you can enter the password as Mercury. After entering all the details in the first page, we click on the OK button. Now after opening, we'll just click on the file and we'll click on the open order. So click tick mark on this, give any order number to check whether the order number exists or not. Okay, so we can see the information means order number 6 is existing. Click on file, again click on the fax order. Now here you can give any fax number. So after giving the fax number, now if I do recording for signatures in the normal recording mode, the signature will not get captured. So I need to switch from the normal record, whatever recording till now we have done was in normal recording mode. Now in order to switch from the normal recording mode to analog recording mode, we just go to automation and click on your analog recording, because signatures are well captured with the analog recording mode. So we just click on the hand. It is asking for which one you want. I want only for this particular. So fax order number 6 it has captured. For this window I want to do analog recording. Click on the analog recording. Now you can have a signatures on this. So you can enter any signatures. After entering your signatures, we'll just click on send. Fine. So in this mode we have normal recording mode plus analog recording mode. We switch from the normal recording mode to an analog recording mode. Now we can close the application and stop recording. Now let's just run the script to see whether the script is running fine or not. So we'll just click on automation and click on the run button. Okay, let's wait and see that the script is running fine or not. Okay, the script is running perfectly. So this is how we switch from the normal recording mode to our analog recording mode. So if you see the script, just one second, we'll just close this. Now if you see the script, that till line number 11 it is in your normal recording mode, only the 11th line is your analog recording mode. So wherever we require analog recording, most of our recording will do in the normal recording mode. But there may be situation when we need to sign or use the mouse movements. In that scenario, we'll switch from the normal recording mode to our analog recording mode. I hope this is clear. Now we'll see how to switch from the normal recording mode to a low level recording mode. So we'll just start with a new again. Okay. Now here we don't have any application for which the object is not getting recognized. So we'll just take the example of flight application itself and understand how to switch. So we'll just take here and just click on the automation, click on the record button, Windows application. Okay. After clicking OK, do you want to? Yes. Now click on the start and then click on your flights. Now after clicking the flights, we are in your normal recording mode. So we'll enter all the details in the first page with the password as Mercury again. Now I want to, for the next page, I want to go for my low level recording mode. How should I switch? So we'll just go to automation, click on a low level recording mode. Okay, now come back here and enter your date of flight. So we'll just enter date of flight, sorry, refresh it again, 12 and then we'll enter 2016 and then we'll enter fly from, enter flight to. Fine. Now let's select the flights and then click on your name. After entering the name, now click on insert order. Now let's say that I want to come back from the low level recording to the normal recording mode. So what is the procedure of returning back to the normal recording mode? So we need to follow the same steps as we did for coming to a low level recording mode. So just click on the automation, again click on the low level. Once you click on the low level recording, you are in your normal recording mode. Okay, now we will run the script and see whether the script is running fine or not. We'll just delete this line. Now you can see for the first page it has come as window win object. For the first page you can see that till click OK, it has come in your normal recording mode where we have different classes: dialog, win edit, win button, so many classes. But when we started recording for in a low level recording, you can see it's having only window and win object. So this is how we switch from the normal recording mode to a low level recording mode. I hope this is clear, that how to switch from one recording mode to another recording mode. You can run the script and see whether the script is running fine or not. You just need to click on the run button. So just click on the automation and click on the run button and you can see whether the script is running fine or not. So you can see now the script is running fine. So this is how we run from one recording mode to another recording mode. Now let's me brief you about how to switch from one recording mode to another again. We'll just go to that start page. We'll just go to automation. So in order to switch, first click on the automation, click on the record button. Once you are in record mode, it is in your normal recording mode. Now if I have to go to my analog recording mode, in the middle of the normal recording mode, just click on the automation and analog. So once you switch, the object spike comes, just click on that, capture the object for which you want and then start analog. This is how you do your analog recording mode. If I have to come back to my analog recording mode, we'll just click on automation, again click on the analog recording. So this is how you're going to come back to your normal recording mode. For switching from normal recording mode to your low level recording mode, the same steps, click on the again automation, we'll just stop recording. So we'll just go to the start page. In order to go from normal to low level, first click automation, click on the record button. Then after recording, I want to switch to low level, just go to automation, click to your low level recording mode. Now if I want to come back to the low level to the normal recording, again you need to follow the same steps, automation and low level. This is how you're going to come back to your normal recording mode. I hope this concept of switching from one recording mode to another is clear. So here we have briefed about how to go to the different recording modes. If in the QTP, if you click from the automation to record, it is in a normal recording mode. Then if you want to switch to analog, click on the automation and analog recording. For low level also automation, low level recording. But remember, analog and low level will only work when you are in record mode. Without clicking on the record button, this will analog recording mode and low level recording mode does not get activated. Now let's see what is the comparison of different recording modes. As we have already seen, the normal recording mode uses the object model concept. Analog recording mode uses wherever we need the mouse movements and clicks. Analog recording mode also gives you the like keyboard movements. The low level recording mode, this is recorded also on the object oriented concept, but it has only two classes defined, which is one is Windows, another is WinObjects. If you go for the normal recording mode, we can edit the scripts in the normal recording mode. Even in the recording mode, it is possible to edit the scripts. But in analog recording mode, it is not possible to edit the scripts. In normal recording mode, signature recording is not possible. We'll just go back to that. It's not possible, but in analog recording mode, we can record the signatures. Here, it also records the mouse click with coordinates, right? So we have the screenshot of what we did. We just took this application where we did the recording for the rest of them in the normal recording mode. Only for the signatures, we switched from the normal recording mode to our analog recording mode.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a recording mode in QTP? Option A, normal mode. Option B, analog mode. Option C, low level mode. Option D, high level mode. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP supports record and playback feature, in which we have three kinds of recording: standard recording, analog recording, and low level recording. In this session, we'll be learning about the standard recording mode. So objective of this session is to learn about what is standard recording mode, which is also known as your normal recording mode, what concept is applied in your normal recording mode. So we'll be discussing about the test object model concept, then what is the advantages of using the normal recording mode, and what is the limitations of the normal recording mode. Now let's start with the normal recording mode, also known as your context sensitive recording mode, also known as standard recording mode. This is the default mode of recording in QTP, because whenever we open QTP, it is in your normal recording mode, and whenever we start recording in the normal recording mode, it will record the objects in an application, and then also we can perform the actions on those particular objects. And while recording, the object recognition is not dependent upon where it is located on the screen. And the most important is, normal recording mode uses the concept of test object model. So in order to understand the normal recording mode, let's first understand what is a test object model. So as we can see, what is a test object model? That QTP treats each and everything in an application as an object. It is same like as we treat whatever we see around us, everything is taken as a object. Let's take an example. If we see a Maruti, we will just capture the properties of the Maruti and also see what are the unique features of the Maruti, and based on the on its properties, we'll say that it belongs to a car class. Let's take another example which we have taken here. We have shown an image of a lion. So if we see this image, we'll capture the properties of this particular image, and based on the properties we'll see what are the unique features of this particular object, and based on those properties we'll say it belongs to animal class. So similarly QTP also does the same thing. While recording, it will see what are the objects present in the application and what are the properties of the object. Based on that properties, it will see what are the unique features for that particular object, and based on the unique properties which it has captured for that particular object, it will put it under certain class, and based on that unique features it is able to recognize that particular object. So if we have to define the test object model, we can say it is a collection of objects which are used to represent the objects in the application. And as now to understand the second point, let's just go back to this example again. So if we say that this is a car has certain properties, right? But it also has certain functions that it can move, we can ride on it. Similarly, whatever objects we are capturing, it has certain properties, and it also supports certain methods and functions. We can do certain functions on that. So that is the concept of test object model, and normal recording mode uses the full concept of test object model. Now to understand this test object model we have just shown for the Windows based application, we'll just go to QTP and understand this test object model and how normal recording mode is done, and then we'll come back and understand what we have written here. So now if we have opened QTP, we'll just open a new file here because we are going to record a new script. Now we'll just open the application. Once you open the application, this is your Windows based application called as flight application. If we have to do recording for this particular application, we see that whatever we see in this like login, agent name, password, OK, cancel well, even the image is treated as an object for QTP. So when we are doing the recording, it will capture the properties for each test object and see that what are the unique properties for that particular object. Based on those unique features, it will put it under certain classes and able to recognize that particular object. Now let's just do the recording and understand this concept. So we'll to start recording, we'll just close this application first. Just go to the automation and then click on your record button. Once it then click on the Windows application because this application is a Windows based application. Click OK. Now after clicking OK, now this is your normal recording mode because it's the default mode of recording. Just click on the start button, the flight, enter the agent name whatever you want to enter, but it should be more than 4 characters. The password has to be Mercury, it cannot be any other passwords. Okay, now click on the OK. After clicking the OK button, we are going to enter the details in the next page also. Please enter a valid date, otherwise it will throw an error. Okay, then fly from, again flight to you can select. After entering, this gets activated. You can enter the flights. After entering the flights, you can also enter the name on whose name you want to do the booking, and then click your insert order. After finishing the insert order, let's just close the application and stop recording. Once we stop recording, we get the script which is in your VB scripting language. Now we'll just open the application again to understand what is the script about. So this is your normal recording mode. In this mode, as we saw that each and everything has been recorded as an object, and each object has been placed under certain classes. Like agent name is an object, and based on its properties it is put under WinEdit class. Again we have login. Login is an object, it belongs to dialog class. Based on its what properties are matching, it is put under certain classes. We have, so if we see in the normal recording mode, we have lot of classes which is predefined in QTP, and all the objects are put under these classes. So if we have dialog, WinEdit, WinButton, ActiveX, WinComboBox, these all are your predefined classes, and objects like login, agent name, password, flight reservation, whatever you're seeing in the red color is your objects, and based on its properties they are put under certain classes. So this is what is the concept of your normal recording mode. Now, one more important feature of normal recording mode is that when we are recording the script, or whenever we are recording for any application, as we said, QTP recognizes the objects and puts its properties. So where does it put its properties? So there's a place called as, if you click on the automation and click on your if you click on the resources, click on your object repository. So object repository is basically the brain for QTP, where it put all its objects and its properties. So based on, as we said, let's just click on the OK button. If you click on the OK button, we'll say that this is the name of that particular test object, and these are your properties, and based on this properties they are put under certain classes. You can see it here. So any object we can click and see that what are the properties which has been captured for that particular object, and based on its properties which class it belongs to. I hope this is clear. Okay, so this is what we have discussed, that we saw the code, that object for the flight application which we have taken agent name and belongs to WinEdit class. Another which we have taken as flight as an object, it belongs to WinButton class. If we go for the web-based application, like if you can take Gmail application, Yahoo, Rediff, whatever, you have your usernames and the sign-in button. So these are your objects and they belong to web editor, web button classes. So these are your predefined classes in QTP. Now this is the screenshot of just what we did in the normal recording mode. Correct, and hope this is clear, that now we'll see that what is the advantages of using normal recording mode and what is the limitations of the normal recording mode. As we know that we have three kinds of recording mode: standard recording mode, analog, and low level recording mode. But most of the time we use normal recording mode. In what scenario we switch to the other recording modes? So let's just see what is the advantage. So advantages is that the first one is the default mode, and it takes the full advantage of quick test object model, as we just discussed that what is a quick test object model, and where in the application we need the recording which has to be done at the object level, then we go for the normal recording mode. And what is the other advantage? Let's just go to QTP and understand what is the other advantages of normal recording mode. So we have opened QTP and we have the script just now which we had recorded. We'll just go to the script. Now the other advantage with the normal recording mode is that we can also edit the script. For example, if we have taken here Priya, let's just run the script because we had not run that time. We'll just run the script and see whether it's working fine or not, and see with what name it is running right now. So first we'll close the application because we have already given the script for opening the application. So let's just run the script. Once we run the script, we'll see that it's running with the name which we have given here, Priya. Now I want to change the name. I want to edit the script. Is it possible to edit the script which is done in your normal recording mode? Yes, we can edit the scripts. That is the main advantage of using the normal recording mode. So I can change the name Priya and give it some other name like Triya or Trisha, something you can give. And then after giving the name, changing the name, you can again run the script. Now the script is going to run with the Trisha name. It's not going to take the Priya name. So this is what is the main advantage of using normal recording mode. The other advantages of, we'll just run it first and see what is the other advantage of using the normal recording mode. We'll just click OK button. Okay, fine. So it's running fine in your so now it's running with a new name called as Trisha. So the script is editable when you use your normal recording mode. So the test passed. Okay. The other advantage of using normal recording mode as compared to other recording modes is that that other recording modes takes more memory as compared to the normal recording mode. So most of the cases we prefer normal recording mode because of the less memory it takes, and the second is that you can edit the scripts, and then third is that it uses your object oriented concepts. So these are your advantages of using your normal recording mode in QTP. But if you see the disadvantage, or are there any restrictions for QTP for using the normal recording mode in QTP? Yes, there are limitations sometimes. We'll just take a sample application called as paint application and see that what is the restriction here. We'll just open the paint. For now what we'll do, we'll just go back to a new test. So we'll just say new. Do you want to save? It's your wish. If you want to save, you can save it. I'm saying no. Do you want to allow this interaction? Yes. Now my paint application is open. Now I'm going to record for the paint application. Do you want to? Yes. Now what am I going to do? We'll just click on the automation, click on the record button, Windows application, because again paint is a Windows application. Click OK. Yes. Do you want to? Now click on the paint. Now what am I going to do is you're going to just sign it on this particular paint application. I'm giving a lot of mouse movements in order to track what is going to happen. Now after doing this, we are just going to write file and exit. I'm not saving it. If you want, you can save the record, this signature. Now actually I'm trying to see that is QTP going to capture by mouse movements. So for that we use the signatures in the normal recording mode. Now I'm going to stop it. After stopping, we'll just open the paint application again, and we are going to click on the run button and see that whether the script is running fine or not. Okay, we'll just go to automation and click on the run button. Okay, click OK. Did you see any signature? No, there was no signature now. So QTP, let's just run it again. It's activated again, but we don't need this. That's why it's showing an error. We'll just stop recording. Okay, so fine. It's failed because the last line we activated after closing the application, which is not possible. So we can remove this line. Okay. Now, so we saw that when we run the script, the signature was not captured while doing the mm, in the normal recording mode. So that is the restrictions of your normal recording mode, that the mouse movements cannot be captured while doing the normal recording mode. So for example, signatures and all cannot be captured with the normal recording mode. In that case, we need to switch to the other other recording mode, which we can see in the other sessions. We'll run once more to see whether the signature is captured or not. So we'll just go to the start page, and again we'll click on the automation and run the script. You can just see carefully whether the signature is getting captured. You can see the drag drop is captured, but the full signature, the mouse movements were not captured in the normal recording mode. In that scenario, we need to switch from the normal recording mode to other recording modes. I hope the normal recording mode is clear. So we'll just brief it once more. When do we use normal recording mode? So normal recording mode is used when you use the concept of object oriented concept. Wherever the recording has to be done at the object level, then we go for the normal recording mode. The second point is that it takes less memory as compared to other recording modes. So we prefer the normal recording mode. And the third point is that we have recorded the scripts and we want to edit the scripts. In that scenarios, we'll go for the normal recording mode. And what is the disadvantage or the limitations of your normal recording mode is that when we need signature in the applications, then we cannot go for the normal recording mode. In that scenario, we need to switch to the other recording mode. In which recording mode, that we can see in the next session. We also have now I can just brief you about a web application also, how to do recording in the normal recording mode. But there's an assignment which is based on your how to do for the web application. So I'll not be showing in detail because that's an assignment. But I'll just brief you about it, how to go for your normal recording mode for the web applications. So I have opened QTP again. I'll just brief you. I'm not going to show in detail because this is an assignment. You can do it yourself for the web application. It is same like a Windows based application. What we have to do, we have to just click on the start, and you want to, yes, then go to your automation, click on the record button. Once you click on the record button, don't go for the Windows application, just leave it on the web application because we are recording for the web. Just click on the web, and you can go for the first option itself and click OK. Once you click OK, do you want to allow interaction? Yes. Just start and then go to your Internet Explorer. Don't try to open Gmail, Yahoo in Chrome or other browsers because it's supposed Internet Explorer only. So just click on the Internet Explorer and then enter your www.gmail.com. So once you enter your gmail.com, it will open the concern page. Right now internet is not working in this particular system. So once it works, you can just you'll see that username password. Enter your username password, click OK button and see the script. You'll be seeing that once the recording is over, it comes as browser and page. If you have like a web edit, so it will be showing as .web edit, web button. So these are the classes for any web based application. So this is how you do the normal recording mode in your web-based applications. I hope this is clear. You can just stop the recording after it. I'm not doing fully for you because this is an assignment. Do it yourself and check that whether you're able to do it.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP supports the record and playback feature. We have three kinds of recording mode in QTP. The first one is your standard recording mode, second is your analog recording mode, and third one is your low-level recording mode. In this session, we'll be concentrating on our analog recording mode and see how to work in this mode. Let's just see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll start with an introduction to analog recording mode. Then we'll be seeing where to apply this analog recording mode. We'll see a screenshot and then learn what are the advantages of analog recording mode and what are its limitations. Let's start with analog recording mode. This is the mode which records the exact mouse and keyboard movements in relation to either it can be screen or the application window. This is not the default recording mode of QTP, but it's quite useful when we need the exact mouse and keyboard movements. We have taken an example of signature when we need to record each step which captures the exact mouse and the keyboard movements. So this will track the exact movement of mouse. In order to understand the concept of analog recording mode, let's just quickly switch to QTP and understand where can we apply the analog recording mode. So we have opened the QTP. Let's just take an application which is a Windows based application to understand the concept of analog recording mode. In this particular session, we are taking the Paint application to understand this concept. Let's first start with the normal recording mode, which is your default recording mode, to see what are the restrictions of normal recording mode and why are we switching to analog recording mode. So in order to start in your normal recording mode, let's just start with the automation. Click in the record button. Once we click in the record button, we are in a normal recording mode. We are taking Paint application, which is a Windows application. So let's just click on Windows application. We are going with the first option. Click OK. After clicking OK, we have already opened the Paint application. So let's just have a signature on the Paint application I'm just showing the mouse movements in order to see whether these mouse movements are getting captured in the normal recording mode or not. We'll just click on the file and click exit. After clicking exit, it is asking me to save. I'm not saving this. If you want, you can save it. We'll just stop recording. So whatever recording has been done, now it is recorded in a normal recording mode. Now let's just run the script to see whether the script has been recorded properly or not. So we'll just go to automation and click on the run button. So we need to open the application because we have not recorded the script for opening the application. So we'll just quickly open the application and wait for it to run. Now let's see that when we ran this script, we saw that we had given the full mouse movements, but it was not captured in a normal recording mode. So this is the limitation of the normal recording mode. Most of the scenarios, most of the cases, we use normal recording mode, but when we need the exact mouse movements, then we cannot stay in a normal recording mode. In that scenario, we'll be switching from the normal recording mode to a analog recording mode. Now we'll see that how to run the same application in an analog recording mode. So let's quickly switch to new and open a new test. Once we open the new test, now we'll just go to our automation and search where is the analog recording. So here we can see we have the analog recording mode, but it is not in activated state. So how to make it activated? The analog recording mode can be activated only when we click the record button. Means in only recording mode, the analog recording mode gets activated. Without that, you cannot work on the analog recording mode. So let's just start with the analog recording mode. So in order to start, again we'll just open the Paint application. We are taking the same application to understand the difference between normal recording mode and analog recording mode. So now if you want, we can open the application in the record mode. So we'll just do now, click on the record, Windows application. Okay, now it is a normal recording mode. So in this mode, you can see that once we click on the record button, the analog recording mode gets activated. Now we can switch to our analog recording mode. So we'll just click on the analog recording mode. Once we click on the analog recording mode, you can see it. You get a pop-up window which shows analog recording settings. So in this window, if you go for the first option, record relative to the screen, then we have to be just careful that if the screen resolution or the screen location changes from the time we are recording, then the test may fail. But if we go for the second option, record relative to the following window, then all our operations should be performed on objects within the same window, and that window should not move while doing the analog recording. So right now I'm going with the second option. If you see, there's an object spy. Object spy signifies that for which object you want to do analog recording. So we'll just click on we'll just click on the hand. After clicking on the hand, it is asking for which object you want to go for analog recording. So we'll just click on the untitled pane. If you see the window title as untitled pane, means the object spy has been able to capture the correct object. Once we do this, we'll just click on the start analog recording. After clicking that, we'll just sign as we did in the earlier recording. Okay, after signing this, we can just do file and exit. Okay, I'm just showing round and round to see whether the mouse movements are getting captured properly or not. So certainly when we finish doing that, the save changes to untitled pop-up comes. I'm not saving it. If you want, you can save it. So after doing this, we are just stop recording, and we are just after stop recording, right now we'll just see the script. So we have only one single script, even though we did lot of steps, but everything got captured in one single step. Let's just open the Paint application and run the code and see how is the code running. So we'll just go to the start page and just we click on the automation and run. After running, we'll just see carefully whether the signature has been captured or not. The mouse movements, you can see a very proper mouse movements have been captured, which is not done in your normal recording mode. I hope this is clear. Where do we switch from normal recording mode to analog recording mode? So this is the advantage of using a analog recording mode. I hope this is clear. Where do we use analog recording mode? Now let's see in which scenario we cannot use analog recording mode. What are the limitations of analog recording mode? So we'll start from the new test again, and again we'll show you that in normal recording mode how it is following the object oriented concept and what happens when we are trying to use analog recording mode with the object concept. Okay, so let's just start. Take an application which is again a Windows application. So Flight is a window based application, and now we are going to do normal recording in this, and then again we'll be doing in analog recording. To understand the difference between normal recording and analog recording mode, we'll just see why we are not using analog recording most of the times. Okay, so now it is in your recording mode. It's not in analog. One second. So let's just start with the, so we'll just close the login application and we'll start from the beginning. We'll go to record mode. So record mode means it is in your normal recording mode. Just click automation, record. As soon as you click on record, it comes in your normal recording mode. Windows application, okay. Yes, click on the start button and then open the flight, enter the agent name, okay, and then enter the password has to be Mercury. You cannot give any other passwords. Agent name, whatever you want you can give, but it should be, the length should be more than 4 characters. Then you click on the OK button. After clicking the OK button, we'll just enter the details in the next page also in order to get a clear view about analog and normal recording mode. So we'll enter, it should be a valid date. It should not be less like which is not a valid date. Now enter fly from, anything you can select. Enter the flight to also. Then select the flights. Fine. And then enter any name, whatever name you want to enter. And then click the insert order. After finishing the insert order, we are just going to close the application and stop recording. Fine. So this recording, whatever we have done, this is in your normal recording mode. As you can see, in normal recording mode, each and every step has been captured very properly. You can, by using each and every step, you can know what have we done in the recording. Now, if we do the same process in your analog recording mode, then what happens? Why we have not made the analog recording mode as the default mode? Let's just understand. So first we'll run the script and then we'll switch to our analog recording. So just go to automation and click on the run button. Let's just see how is the script running. Fine. The script is running fine. So once the script is running well, we'll just see now how to work in the analog recording. So you saw that in normal recording mode, each and every step has been captured properly and the script is running fine, right? So as you can see, in the normal recording mode, since each and every steps has been captured properly, we can also edit the scripts. What happens in the analog recording mode? Let's just open a new test. Now we are in a new test and we are going to do the recording in your analog recording mode. In order to do analog recording mode, again, as we just saw, that if we open the automation and analog recording, it is not activated. So I need to first start with the record button, correct? So we'll just start with the record and then click on the Windows application because we have taken a Windows application. Okay, and then we just open the application. After opening the application, now we are switching into your analog recording mode. In order to switch to analog recording mode, either you can click on this button which is in the menu, or you can just go to automation and click on your analog recording. Once you click on your analog recording mode, again you are in your analog recording mode. So either you can choose the first option in your analog recording settings, or you can go with the second option. We are going with the second option. Click on the object spy and click for which application you want to do analog recording. Just click on this. After clicking, when you see the window title as login, means the application has been captured properly for which you want to do analog recording. After clicking this, you need to start analog record, then only recording starts. Otherwise, it will not record in your analog recording mode. Just click on start analog recording. Now enter your agent name. Okay, we'll enter the same way as we entered in the previous recording. And then we'll enter password as Mercury and then click on the OK button. Fine. Now we'll enter the details again in the next page and enter the valid date, enter the flight from, okay, then enter your flight to, then enter the flights, enter any name, fine, and then insert order. So we have recorded the analog recording script in for both the pages. Now we are going to stop recording. Fine. Now if you see the script, it's very different from the normal recording mode, right? We have done all the steps, but where are the steps? We cannot view. Though it has recorded each and every steps, but we cannot view them. If we run the script, we can see it will run successfully, but we cannot view each and every line of the code in your analog recording mode. So we'll just go automation, click on the run button. Fine, and then OK. So let's see how is it. See, when we run in the analog recording mode, we can see that each and every step, so this must not be done properly. That's why it is not showing. So we'll run the script again because the flight application was actually open. That's why we could not see the script properly. So we'll just click on the run button and see the script again in your analog recording mode. So when we click on the automation, click on the run button. Okay, let's see what's happening. So as we see, the script is running fine. But the problem is that the script runs fine, but it will not show all the details of this particular application. Fine. So this is your analog recording mode. But the only problem is that it will not show for the second page, because with the object spy we were not able to capture for the second page. So only for the first page it will show the script, because we have captured through the object spy only the first page. Fine. I hope you have understood that these are the limitations of analog recording mode. Now since we are not able to view the scripts, we cannot even edit the scripts, and it is not running properly, right? It is running for the first page but not for the second page. So these are your restrictions of your analog recording mode. So we are in the screenshot of just now what we did. In the screenshot also we can see the whole script comes as run analog track 1. It doesn't show step by step. So the editing the script is very difficult if we are in an analog recording mode. So if we just brief about whatever we discuss, what is the advantages and what are the disadvantages. As we discussed, the advantage is that it can record the continuous mouse operations, like it is useful for signatures, graphs, paints, etc. The disadvantage or the limitations of analog recording mode is, so let's see what is the advantages and disadvantages of using analog recording mode. The advantages which we can see for the analog recording mode, that it can record the continuous mouse operations, so it is useful for applications where we need the signatures, graphs and paints, etc. If we talk about the disadvantage and the limitations of analog recording is, we cannot edit the scripts after recording because the whole script comes in one line. As if we go to the previous one, you can see run analog track 1. So we cannot edit the scripts in that scenario. So that is the major disadvantage of analog recording mode. Other thing is it cannot also record at the object level. Wherever the concept of object oriented is there, we cannot use the analog recording mode. So we have the assignments and assessment after the session. I'll just give a brief idea about how to go with the web application, and then you can work on the assignment and assessment given at the end of this session. So in this session, I'm not going to give the full idea about web application because this is one of the assignments which we have mentioned here. So we'll just brief you about it so that you can follow the rules. Now what we need to do for the web application, again go to the start page. After going, just click on the automation and click on the record button. Now the web application has to be selected. We can go by any of the options. I'm going with the first option. Click OK. After clicking, it is in your normal recording mode. So we'll just open the application in the normal recording mode. We'll just type www.gmail.com. After typing gmail.com or yahoo.com, we can also go with the www.yahoo.com. After typing, just click enter. Once you click, the page will open. Okay, we'll just wait for the page to open. So the page has opened. Just click on the sign in button. Right? Once the sign in button opens, then you have the username and password. So now what you can do is just go to QTP again, and then you start your analog recording. Now just click on the hand and click on the application. Once you click on the application, now you start with the start analog. Once you click on the start analog recording mode, then you can enter your username, password and record everything as you have done for your Windows application. So we'll just stop recording because this is an assignment. We'll click on the stop button. You have to enter the username and password and see how is it working. So we'll just close the Internet Explorer and just go back, and we'll see that in the normal recording mode it has recorded as browser page, and rest of all the script will come as run analog track 1. I hope this is clear how to work with the web application. So now you can go to the assignments and assessments and see that how much you have understood the session.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
QTP follows the object-oriented concept. So in some of the sessions we have seen how QTP learns and identifies objects, what are test objects and runtime objects, where are the test objects stored, so how to work with object repositories, how to associate the shared object repositories, how to merge the shared object repositories. In this session, we are focusing on how to compare the shared object repositories. Let's see what is the objective of the session. This session will start with an introduction to comparison object repository tool, then what are the steps for comparing the shared object repository, and what are the features of this when we are comparing the object repositories. Let's just go to what is the comparison object repository tool. How can we compare the two shared object repositories? The two shared object repositories in QTP can be compared in using the comparison object repository tool, which is found in your object repository manager. So using the object comparison tool, we can compare any two shared object repository and we can find out what are the difference between two shared object repositories. So what are the steps for comparing object repositories? In order to understand this concept, let's just go to QTP and understand how to do the comparison of two shared object repositories. So we are in QTP now. In order to compare the shared object repository, first we'll create the local object repository and then make it a shared object repository. So we'll just open the flight application for which we want to compare it. So we'll just open the application. Once the application is open, just a second, it's opening. So once that's open, we'll just add the objects to the local for the first page for the login application. Just click. Okay, now we are going to, once this application is open, just click on your resources. Once the resources is clicked on, we'll just wait for it to open. Now we'll click on your object repository. Once the object repository is open, we'll just add the objects to your local. So here you have this symbol here plus. So you can just click on this add objects to local, click on the login. Once you click on the login, it will ask you want to add this object for this particular page. Okay. In this, you can define your object filter properties according to your requirement. You can either select only the main parent one and no descendants, or you can select your default or all object types. Also, you can go for selected object types. I am going for the third option, all object types. This is already explained in one of your sessions. What is your defined object filter properties? So just click on the OK. Now all the objects, whether the default or the ones which you don't use, will be added in your object repository, which is local to this object repository. Now we need to make it as a shared one. In order to make it a shared one, just click on the file and export local objects. Now we are going to create the file name. So we can write file name as login.tsr. It's necessary to give the extension, otherwise it will not recognize as a shared object repository. Okay, just save it. So it is done for the first page. Now I need one more shared object repository to compare it. So we'll just close this object repository, open a new file because I want an empty object repository. Now once you open the object repository is empty. So we are going to add objects for the next page. So we just click on the application, enter some agent name so that we can go to a next page. Correct? Now we enter the Mercury and go to a next page. So once we click OK, we are in the next page. Fine. Now we are going to add the objects for this particular page. So again, we'll go to resources and click on your object repository. Again, we'll search for the add objects to local. Click on this, click on the flight reservation. Fine. Now it will again pop up saying filter property, which objects you want to add. I want to add all object types present in that particular application. So click OK. Once we click OK, all the objects for that second page has been added in this object repository. This is the local to the object repository. We'll make it a shared one. In order to make it a shared one, just click File and Export Local Objects. Now we can name it as FR new. So I'm giving FR new and .tsr. Fine. After giving the name, just save it. Now we have two shared object repository. So we can compare these two shared repository. How to compare it? Just close it. Now again, we'll open a new test so that the object repository is empty. So we'll just click on the new test. Fine. I'm not saving it. We have already made it a shared one. Now we are going to compare it. How to compare it? Just go to your resources and then object repository manager. There you have tools. In tools, you can find object repository comparison tool. Just click on this. Now it is going to ask which your file. So this will show the last one which is created. We can just browse it and show that we want for login new. So where do we have the login new? We have here login new.tsr. So we load that. The second one also will browse it. Now we want for second page frnew.tsr. So we have two shared object repository which we are going to compare. So just click on OK. Once we compare, it will show the statistics of what it has compared. It shows that there are 9 objects which are unique to the first file, which you're seeing in the blue color. In the second file, these you find 46 objects which were unique to the second file, which are not present in the first file. We did not find any objects which was having a similar description. And similarly, there was 0 object with the same description having the different name. So this is how the QTP compares the shared object repository, giving you information about all the 2 object repositories it is comparing, and which all objects, as you can see in the first object repository, these objects are present which does not exist in the second file. These are the objects which are not present in the first file but present in the second file. So whenever QTP is making a comparison between 2 shared object with object repository, it will understand the object differences. It will classify under certain categories, which we will be discussing soon. So let's just take one more example to understand this comparison and then understand how the comparison is done. What are the categories QTP puts under? So we'll just close it and we'll just close this one. And we are going to create again 2 shared object repositories. So we'll just close the manager and open a new test. We already have a new test. Now we are going to again create for the first page and also for the second page. So what we'll do, we'll just record it right now for the first page and the second page. So just click on the record button and Windows application. Okay. We'll just have start, flight, and we are going to add the agent name. And then we'll have the password as Mercury. Once we finish with entering the details, just click on the OK button. Fine. So this is the other way by which objects can be added. Now I'm just closing the application and stop recording. So once I stop recording, we can go to your resources and object repository. You can see we have all the objects for which recording has been done as local objects. We can share it, making it file, export local objects, and give the file name as login. So we can give a different name now. New one, I can write it, and .tsr. If I don't write tsr, it will not reflect while comparing. Save. Now I've saved it. We'll just close it. Again, open a new test. I want to do the recording for both the pages now. So we'll just click on the record button again. Windows applications. Okay. We'll go start, flight. Now we are entering the details for both agent name and password. Right. So we enter the password as Mercury and then click OK. Now we are going for the next page and we are entering the details in the next page. So enter all the details so that all the objects are added in the object repository. Now we'll click on the flights and then click any name, whatever you want to give the name. Click on your insert order. Once the insertion is done, now close the flight reservation and stop recording. Fine. Now again we'll go make this, we'll go to the object repository. These are all your local objects. We'll just make it a shared object repository. So file and export the local objects. Give the file name as fr new one and then save it. After saving, now we have 2 shared object repository. Again, we are going to compare these 2 object repositories and see what is the difference. We'll just spot the difference between them. So we'll just open a new one and then we'll just compare it. So we'll just go to resources, object repository manager, where you can find your comparison tool. And then you click on your comparison tool. We'll browse, which is the this is showing the old one. Now we'll take file new one dot login new one dot tsr and the second one will take us fr new one dot tsr. So where do we have here? We have nu1 dot tsr. Now we have for login and fr. Okay. Now when you compare, now you see the differences. What all it has found that in the first file, there are 0 objects unique to the first file. 8 objects are unique to the second file. But in this file, now there are certain objects which is common also. It found the 5 identical objects in both the files. So which are those identical objects? You can see it is showing in the light color. So login, OK, agent name, password. These all are your light colors. There was no unique objects in the first file. So this is how QTP does the comparison between 2 shared object repositories. This is very helpful if the version of any tool of any application changes. Then you can compare your objects with the present version with the older version and see what all objects have been changed in the new version of your application. I hope this is clear how to work with the comparison. So in order to understand the steps, we did resources and then selected the object resource manager, and from there we selected the tools and the merge tool, comparison tool. So you can here have the tools. From there you selected your comparison tool. Now now to understand what are the object differences, as we compared, we saw there were certain differences. So this tool automatically will identify the objects in the shared object repositories, and they are classified into different groups. First is that whether the objects are identical or not. So objects that appear in both object repository files and it doesn't find any difference between their names or their properties, it will put under identical category. Now, if there are any objects that appear in both the object repository files but have different names, and also have the same description, properties and values, they'll be put under matching description and different names. The description is matching, but the name is different. What a similar description is? So when it goes for similar description, it will categorize based on the object which appear in both object repository files, which have similar but not identical description, properties and values. So one more thing what you have to remember is that when the object repository comparison tool is comparing, it gives precedence to the matching object description over the matching of object names. Then the third group which they have defined is unique to first file or second file. This you have already seen that it is fully unique, whether it is in properties or no or name, it is unique to the first file or the second file. And the last one is that objects that do not exist in any of them. So the objects which are present in one of the object repository but is not existing in other object repositories does not exist. So what are the features of object repository comparison tool, which you have to remember that whenever we are following the comparison, we find that it gives you the graphical representation of objects between these two object repositories. And when we are doing the comparison, we have to remember that the original object repositories does not remain affected. Like if you are comparing two shared object repositories, it will show you the result, but the original object repositories, the one which we are comparing, it does not affect any of this shared object repositories. So it helps us in comparing the different object repository. It is mostly, as I told you, it is helpful if we have different versions so that we can track and see what are the new objects which has been added for the application or for the particular project, so that we can find out what are the differences between these objects which has been added or which has been removed from your new application. I've already mentioned in some of the sessions that in QTP you also have a help and a tutorial which will help you if you have any more doubts. You can work more on this topic by using the help. You just need to go to the search and type whatever you're looking for. If you're looking for comparison tool, just type the comparison tool and it will give you all the information. Initially, for the beginners, it is difficult to use the help because it's difficult to locate what you're looking for. But once you have learned QTP and once you start using the help and the tutorial, it becomes easy to locate what you're finding and what you're looking for. So you have a lot of comparing objects. You need to find out which is the correct option which you're looking for. This will only help you when you are worked with QTP and have a knowledge in QTP. But initially, it's better if you start working with the help and the tutorial.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP follows the object-oriented concept. So in some of the sessions, we have seen how QTP learns and identifies object, what are test objects, where are the test objects stored, how to work with the object repositories, how to associate the object repositories, compare the shared object repositories. In this session, we'll be focusing on how to merge the shared object repositories. Let's see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll focus on introduction, starting with introduction to object repository. Then we'll see what is a shared object repository, how to merge the shared object repository, what are the steps for merging, and how do we work with the object repository tool. Let's start with what is a merging object repository tool. To understand this concept, let's first understand what is the purpose of using the merging object repository tool. Let's say when we have a lot of test objects and they are stored in different shared object repository which belongs to the same area, all these objects belong to the same area of an application, then it is very useful if we combine all the test object into a single object repository so that it becomes easy for maintenance. This first method is that we can just move or copy the objects in the object repository manager. But sometimes what happens when we are moving or copying the test objects in the object repository manager, if the objects are having the same name but different description, there arises a conflict. And then it is difficult to recognize and handle those conflicts. So one of the biggest solution is your object repository merge tool. So when we are using the object repository merge tool, that it will, if we are merging the object repository, which is containing the different test objects from the same area of application, if there are any conflicts between the objects while merging, then it is able to handle those conflicts. So using this tool, what it happens, we can merge two different shared object repository. The first file will be called as your primary object repository and the second one will be called your secondary object repository. And we combine the primary object repository and the secondary object repository into a third object repository which will be called as a target object repository. So objects in the primary and the secondary objects are automatically, when we try to merge, will compare itself and see if there are conflicts between these objects. So automatically it will resolve the conflicts and then it will merge it. The purpose of merging, as we said, it is for easy maintenance. So the different conflicts which the merge object repository can handle is your, if we have different objects with the same name or identical description but having a different name or similar description. As you can see from this, we have shown that first object repository is your primary object repository and the second one which you see S is for your secondary object repository. So we are merging the primary object repository with the secondary object repository and we get a target object repository which you are seeing as the merge. So this is what the merging object repository tool does. It helps us to merge the two shared object repository which is containing the test objects and made into a single object repository. So you can see the description we have just mentioned. This tool will enable us to merge two shared object repository. The first file will be called as primary object repository and the second file will be called as your secondary object repository. So when you are merging the primary object repository and the secondary object repository, automatically the objects are compared between these two files and resolve the conflicts as we discuss all the conflicts which may occur. And then after resolving, it will merge into a third object repository called as target object repository. Now, in order to understand the steps for merging object repository, let's just go to quickly go to QTP and understand this concept. So we have just opened the QTP. We'll take the flight application and we'll see how we can merge the object repository. For this objects, first we'll create one local object repository, then make it a shared object repository, and then we'll see how to merge it. So we have just opened the first page of the flight application. After adding, we'll just add into the object repository. So we'll just click on the resources and click on your object repository. Now after opening this, we'll just open the application. Here you have add objects to local. So we click on this and then click on the login. Once we click on the login, it will ask, it will give me the object filter properties. So you can select any of them depending upon your requirements. I'm selecting default object types. Click OK. Once you click, all the objects are getting added. You can also click on the all object types if you want all the child objects to be added in the object repository. So now once I have created this is your local. Now I'm going to make it as a shared object repository. In order to make it a shared object repository, as you can see, all objects, if you click local, these all are your local objects, which is in dark color. So just click on the file and click export local objects. Then we'll be saving it. We'll write the file name as, let's say we'll save it in test folder. In the test folder, we'll give the name as OB, or we can give it for the first page. So we'll give it as login.tsr. Please give the extension as .tsr. Then only it will consider as a shared object repository. Save. Okay. Now we have saved for the first page. We just close this local object repository. Now we are going to create one more shared object repository. For creating one more, what we'll do, we'll just create a new file again. So we don't want to save any changes. We have already made it a shared object repository. Now we are going to again take the application, and now I want to add the objects for the next page. So we are going to logging into this, and we are not recording this particular page. So I'm just giving the agent name so that we can go into the next page. Password as Mercury. Click OK button. Once you click the OK button, the next page opens. Now I am going to add the objects for this flight reservation. So in order to add, again I'll go to resources and object repository. We'll follow the same process as we did for the first page. Then we are going to do add objects to local. So we have here button. We'll just click on this. Fine. So resources and click on your object repository. So once your object repository opens, we can add the objects. Click on this and click on the flight reservation. Okay. So this is your parent. Now again you can select, this time I'm selecting all object types. All object means whatever child objects are present in that particular page, everything will get added. Click OK. Once we click OK, all the objects on that particular page has been added. Now we'll make it this all are objects which you can see is your local objects. Now we'll make it a shared object repository. So just click on the file and export local objects. Okay, and then we'll again save it in test as the previous one we have saved it as login.tsr. So we'll save it as fr.tsr. Fine. So I have created two object repository. Now my purpose is, after creating two shared object repository, since it is from the same application, I want to merge for both the pages. So we'll just close it, and now we have already created. Now we are going to just record a script. So we'll just close the flight reservation and start for the record button. So we'll just click on the start recording. We are taking the Windows application. I'm going with the first option. Apply. Okay. Open the start. Open the flight application. Enter your agent name and enter the password as Mercury. After entering the password as Mercury, just click OK. Now I'll also record for the next page. Now we'll just enter details. It should be the valid date of flight. Enter the flight from and flight to. Then enter the flights. Okay, enter any name. After entering any name, you can just click on the insert order, and we are going to close the application and stop recording. So we'll just close and stop recording. So we have the script for the first page and the second page. Now since we have recorded, the objects are there in the object repository. So what we are going to do, we are just going to copy the script. You can also write your script. So we'll just right click and just copy it. Either you can just write your own script, but right now I'm just copying the script and opening a new test. I'm just pasting the script. So if I copy and paste the script, I will not have, so here if you go resources, if you go to the object repository, you'll see that nothing is there right now. The object repository is empty right now. So what am I going to do? I'm going to merge those two object repositories and I'm going to include in this file. So how to merge it? Just go to resources, object repository, go to just one second. You can go to object repository manager, and then here you have tools option. So in the object repository manager, you have tools option. Go to object repository, merge tool. We are going to use the merge tool. Click on the merge tool. Once you click on the merge tool, it will ask what is your primary file and the secondary file, which I have already discussed. Whenever you are including the primary file, mostly try to include which have the more objects. So we have the fr.tsr is the object repository which is having more objects as compared to the first one. So we'll make this as the primary file, and the second one will make the secondary one which is having the less number of objects, and then click OK. Now it has merged. If you see that it is showing that what are the conflicts which can happen while merging the object repository. It's the first one is do we have any objects having similar description conflicts? No, we don't have in this particular file. Do we have same name with different description conflicts? No, we don't have. Again, we have same description with different conflicts? No. So these are the conflicts while merging any object repository, it tries to find out. But here they have not found any conflicts. And it also displays what were the unique items found in the first object repository, that is the first primary file. What were the unique items which were found in the secondary file. So first file, which was for the second page, we found 46 unique items. For the second one, we found 6 unique items. And there were 0 items which were identical in both the files. So after finding all the details, it is going to merge it. Now close. So it has merged it and given you all the details whether conflicts has happened or not and what were the unique objects for both of the files. Now I'm going to save it. So I'll just click File and Save As. Once we click on the Save As, now we'll save it again as merged. You can give the any file you want .tsr. Now after giving merge.tsr, save. So now it has saved it. Now we'll just close it. After closing, we'll just go to the resources object repository. Once we click on the object repository, for this particular script, I don't have any objects. So I'm going to load my shared object repository into this, the merged one into this object repository. Now, as we said that the object repository is empty, we don't have the objects, we are going to associate the shared object repository or the merge object repository in this particular file. We have already discussed in one of the sessions how to associate the shared object repository. In order to associate, we can just click on the edit. There are 2 ways. We are following this way. By the edit, click on the action and the action properties. Once you click on the edit action properties, the action properties window opens. Here you can see associated repositories, and then click on this plus sign, and then this dot is for the browsing which file you want to share it. So we'll just click on this. We want the merge.tsr. Just click on the merge.tsr, click open, and yes, and after adding the merge.tsr, just click OK. Now let's just open the object repository and check whether object repository has loaded all the objects or not. Now you can see that all the objects have come into my object repository. These are your shared objects, so it is light in color. Now we'll just close it and we can run. So we'll just have a discussion on what we did just now. We just opened the object repository manager, and after opening the object repository manager, we went to the tools and object repository comparison tool, and we just not the comparison tool, we just had the merge tool. So if this is open, it will not work. So we just need to go to tools, add, merge tool. After merging, we just gave the two primary file and the secondary file and clicked OK. This is how we merge the object repositories. Now we'll just run and see, and then we have associated it into a test. So we are just going to the script again and we are going to run and see whether the script is running fine or not. Just click on the run button and see the script is running fine or not. So we'll just click OK now. Now the script will automatically open the flight reservation page and it will going to run it. Okay, so you can see now that it's running, but it did not find the mask QT box. In case you have added the shared object repository, still it doesn't find any object, then you can add it. That's why the test failed, because even that object was not present in the shared repository. In that scenario, you can add it in your test. So how to add? Just click on the flight reservation and we'll just click on the plus sign for adding it. Object repository, and then we'll just click on the plus and add the mask QT box because it is not present. Sometimes even though you are loading your shared object repository, some objects may be absent, so you can add it separately. Click OK, so that comes as a local one. Okay, now just close it and run it again. So we'll just click on the run button again. Right, let's see. Now it's running fine. Not all the objects are present in the object repository or not. Now again, flight table is also not present. So again, you can add it and run the script. I hope this is clear how to work with the merge object repository. So this is what we just saw. In order to open the object repository manager, just go to resources and object repository manager. There you'll find the object repository merge tool. You can select the merge tool, enter your primary file and the secondary file, then click OK. This is how you can merge it. It will show if there are any conflicts or not.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP supports the record and playback feature, where QTP identifies each and everything and an application as an object. So we'll see how QTP learns and identifies objects, how to work with the test objects and runtime objects, what is the test object properties, runtime object properties, where does QTP store its objects and its properties. So we'll be dealing with the local object repository, the shared object repository, and so on. So in this session, we'll be focusing on introduction to object repository. Let's see what is the objective of the session. So we'll start with an introduction to object repository and then learn the concept of local object repository, the shared object repository, then how do we manage the objects in the object repositories. Let's start with what is an object repository. In order to understand the concept of object repository, we'll switch to QTP and understand what is an object repository. So we have opened the QTP. We'll take an application called as flight application and understand what is an object repository. For this application, as we know that if QTP has to record, we need to do the recording for this application. Each and everything what it treats in this particular application is an object. Name, password, OK, cancel, help. All these are objects for QTP. So what it does while record time, for whichever objects you are doing the recording, QTP records the properties of those objects called as test object properties. Then where are these test object properties put? If you click on the resources object repository, you can see that QTP puts all test objects in the test object repository. In order to understand, we'll just record a script and see how does the QTP stores the objects. We'll just click on the record button to record and run settings. Windows application. Here we'll just click on the plus and default and then apply. Okay. After entering this, we can click on the record button. Once we click on the record button, the application is open. So we'll enter the agent name here. After entering the agent name, we'll enter the password as Mercury. And then we'll enter. Okay. After entering, it will open the next page. We'll also enter some details in the date of flight also. Please enter the valid date of flight. Okay. We'll select the flight from and flight to. Once this flights gets activated, you can select any of the options and then give the name. Any name you can give. Finally, click on the insert order. So you're seeing that QTP is capturing the objects. So if you just open this application, so we'll just stop recording and then we'll remove the script. So we open the application. Now for this particular application, for the first page and the second page, we did the recording. So QTP recognizes each and everything in this particular application as an object. The objects, as you can see, login, agent name, password, you can see in the red ones. These are your objects. Now, if we click on the resources and object repository after the recording, we can see all the test objects has come in the object repository. So object repository is a storehouse where it stores all the test objects information. These are your test objects for which recording has been done. So if I click on OK, so these are your logical names of the test objects. It belong and it has captured certain properties here. Based on these properties, it has been put under certain classes. So object repository is a place where it contains all the test objects and it stores the information about this test objects. The informations like what is the logical name, which class it belongs to, and the most important here is it belongs to local repository and the properties. Based on these properties, QTP is able to identify that objects. So these are called your test object properties. So test object properties which QTP captures while recording is called your test object properties. So you can view the test object properties in your object repository. Now what is a local repository? As you can see, by default, whatever we do the recording, it comes in action 1. So whatever objects has been captured for the default action 1, so these test objects will be local to this particular action 1. If I create some other actions, that concept of actions and how to work with actions, we'll see in the other sessions. But each and every whatever we record, each and every script comes under certain actions. By default, here it is action 1. I can also create other actions. So whatever objects I'm using for this particular action will go under your local repository. So this is your local repository. There are ways by which I can also make this object, whatever you're seeing in this repository as local repository, can also be made as a shared repository. If we make this repository as a shared repository, it means those objects which has become the shared, which we have made it as a shared object repository can be shared across different actions. But these objects, as you can see, are put under local repository, means these objects cannot be shared in the other actions. So definition is object repository is basically a storehouse of all the test objects for which you have done the recording. As you can see, the object repository is of two types. One is your local object repository. The next is your shared object repository. As you can see from the diagram, that this is the object repository which I just showed you. Inside that, whatever test objects are there, they are local to this particular action. It cannot be shared in any other actions. But the objects which you are making it as a shared repository, that you can share it across different actions. So we have a common object repository called as shared object repository. It's basically a common repository If you make it a shared repository, it becomes a common repository which can be shared across multiple actions. So we'll just see what is the definition of local repository. So local repository means it is local to particular action, and only that specific action can access those stored objects. The other actions cannot access the objects which is local to this particular action. The extension of this file is .mtr. We need to remember the extensions for our interview purposes. The next is your shared repository. The definition is which can be shared across. It is a common repository. It can be shared across different actions. And the file extension is .tsr. Let's just go to QTP again to understand the local, how to make the local repository as a shared repository. Before understanding the concept of local and shared, I showed you the local repository. We'll just record once more and understand that how QTP is able to identify the objects using the properties in the object repository. We'll just click on the automation and click on the record and run settings. Go with the second option again. We click on the plus. So we have the application open. Apply. Okay. Just open the flight application. Enter your details again. After entering the details, we'll just give the password as Mercury. We'll just click OK. And we are not recording for the next page now. We just need to understand how QTP works. Okay, sorry, we have not clicked on the record button. Just click on the record button after the settings. Enter your agent name. Enter the password. So we are just closing the application. Close and stop recording. After closing, you have the script. Again, if you open this is the script which is for action 1. Click on the resources, object repository. Again, you can see these are your test objects and these are your test object properties which has been recorded or which has been captured during record time. Now, how QTP recognizes? Does QTP recognizes by properties or by the logical name? In order to understand that, you just open the application. So how does QTP recognize with the properties which is placed in the object repository? If we have here login here, now we can see that we have recorded the script from OK, but we have cancel also in this particular application. What I'll do, I'll right click on this and just rename it. So we'll just name instead of OK, I'll make it as cancel. Now the question is, if I change the name from OK to cancel while running the script, will QTP take as the OK button or cancel? Is it going to click on the OK button or the cancel button? So let's just run the script to see what is it going to do. So we'll just click on the run button and then we'll understand what is QTP actually doing. We'll just click on this. The application is already open. We'll just cancel one of the application. Now, if it would have clicked on cancel button, it wouldn't have opened this page. It means it is clicking on the OK button. It's not clicking on the cancel button. Why is it so? The name has been changed from OK to cancel. But why is it still clicking on the OK button and not on the cancel button? So the reason is that QTP does not recognize by the logical name. Even if you change the name, but the properties are same. So it goes and sees for, if I click on the cancel, what is the text? It searches for an object which is having the text as OK and belongs to the button class. So when we open this application, we'll see which text is containing OK. The text is OK here and it is a button. So QTP just sees that which property matches, not by the logical name. Though we have changed the logical name and made it cancel. But if I click on cancel, we see that the properties of that object is OK. So it goes and sees what properties it has. The text is OK. Native class is button. So which object in this particular application has the text as OK and native class as button is this button. So it doesn't see what is the logical name. It just goes and clicks on OK button. So this is how QTP recognizes an object while running from the object repository. So just changing the logical name will not make the QTP it will not make the QTP confused. So QTP recognizes each and every object by the properties by which you have mentioned here, irrespective of what logical name. Even I can make it something which is the name which is not there in the application itself. Still it will go and click on my OK button because it is showing text as OK. I hope this is clear that how QTP works while record and runtime. Now let's come back to a local object repository and shared object repository. As you can see, this is your local object repository. Because you can see repository is local, it is local to only action 1. I can also make it a shared object repository. How can I make this local repository as a shared object repository? You just need to go to the file, and after file, just click on the export local objects. Once you click on the export local objects, it becomes a shared one. Just click on this. It will open the page. So it's showing as save shared object repository. This is how you can make this repository, which is a local repository, as a shared repository. You can give the any file name wherever you want to save, you can save it. I'm saving with the name as login. Okay, so it is going and saving in C drive in the QuickTest Professional folder. Fine, okay. Now if you want to view, so it's not giving the permission, so we can save it somewhere else. Right? So we are saving it in desktop. You can save it anywhere you like. And you can give the file name as login. So you can remember that it is for the login. Login.tsr. So TSR is the extension for your shared object repository. Now this becomes your shared object repository. But when you open the shared object repository, you'll see that you cannot view them right now. So as you saw that particular local action have exported and made it a shared repository. So now it becomes a common repository. So that can be shared across different actions. How to work with associate this particular action with the particular repository, the common repository with this different actions, we have a different session. But extension is .tsr. Now we have different things which we can do with the test objects in object repository. You can copy the object repository, you can delete it, you can rename it, paste it, cut it. Just now I showed you one of the options called as renaming, but we'll be seeing in detail in another session. We'll just go to QTP once. So we'll now see the next option which we have in the object repository. We click on this. You have, if you click, first we saw how to make the local objects as a shared object repository, where we said export local objects. Now we'll see the next option, export and replace local objects. So we'll just go for the recording again and go with the second option. So we'll just click on again automation and see record and run settings. And then we'll just click on the plus. Need not do the second option again and again. We are doing because we want to open the application. Just click OK, apply OK. Once we are done, we are in. We click on the record button. Click on the record button and then you enter your details again. After entering the details, you can just close the application. We are not recording for the next page. So once you just close this and stop recording. Now you stop recording, we'll just open the resources and object repository. Now this is again your local object repository. Now one thing very important to remember is local object repository will always be in dark color. Okay. But now let's say that this is your local object repository, means all these objects are local to particular tests. I can also make this as a shared repository. So just now I showed you the first option, export local objects. So you are exporting this all objects into a common repository called as shared object repository. If I use the second option, what happens? It will ask you where you want to save it. So I'm giving the file name, let's say file2, or login only you can give, but you can give it login1 or something in order to distinguish from the previous one. So login1, dot, you need to give the TSR, otherwise you'll not be able to view if you are trying to use that shared. So you have to give the extension is compulsory here. Just say save. After saving it, now right now can you see the difference? When we do export local objects, it was in dark color, but when we do export and replace local objects, what happens? This also becomes shared one now. So we are replacing it with the local objects with the shared one now. So this also becomes a shared one and becomes a light color. So the local objects are always dark in color. The shared objects are light in color. So what it did, it shifted those objects into a common repository and then replaced the local objects with the shared objects. So this is a difference between the export local object and export and replace. Export means local objects will still stay here. You can just export it to the shared one. Export and replace mean export it and then replace this local objects with the shared ones. So these are your differences between export local objects and export local objects. Okay, so the next session we'll be seeing that how to work with the delete copy, that we have already seen the how to work with the rename. We just rename the OK into cancel, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the recovery scenario manager in QTP? Option A, to recover deleted scripts. Option B, to handle unexpected events during test execution. Option C, to restore the application to its initial state. Option D, to recover lost test data. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
QTP follows the object-oriented concept. So in some of the sessions we have seen how QTP learns and identifies objects, what are test objects, how to work with the test objects, and where are the test objects stored. So working with object repositories, associating, merging, comparing the shared object repositories has been discussed in some of the sessions, how to work with dynamic object repositories and smart identification. In this session, we are focusing on what is object identification and how can we configure the object identification dialog box. Let's see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll be focusing on what are the test objects and how can we define the test objects, what is an object description, then how does QTP identify the objects based on its properties, and how to configure the object identification. Let's start with what is an object description for QTP. In order to understand the object description, let's take an example. Here we have shown two kinds of images. If QTP is asked to recognize the first image, how will QTP recognize the image without showing which object I'm talking about? So QTP follows the same technology like human-like technology for identifying the objects. So if I am not showing which object, I'm not pinpointing which object it has to use. So I need to give some properties by which QTP can recognize that first image. So if I am asked to recognize the first object, or if we are asked to find out or pinpointing the first image, so we will pick up some important properties for this particular image. So let's say that our mind picks up the length and width of this particular image. So now if we see, the length and the width is same for both the two images. In that scenario, I cannot recognize the first image. So I'll put some more properties to identify uniquely this first image. So I can put like example, I'll take a circle as the another property for the first object, which is not present in the second image. So QTP also does the same thing. First, it will capture some important properties for an object for which it is doing the testing, or for this particular image, called as mandatory properties. So mandatory properties, we can say the length and the width are the mandatory properties. But when it tries to find out this object based on the length and width, it sees that there's another object which has the same length and width. So it fails. So it tries to add one more property called as assistive properties to uniquely identify, known as the circle is the assistive property, which is the extra property which is added after the mandatory property to uniquely identify. So combining the mandatory and the assistive properties, now it is able to recognize the first image. So this is how QTP recognizes an object. So we see that it is same like how we humans sees each and every object, capture the properties for the object, and based on that we are able to recognize an object, saying that this is chair or table or bottle or any other objects. QTP also does the same technology, that whenever it sees any object in the application for which recording has to be done, it will capture the properties of that object and see whether those properties are unique for that particular object. Based on that, it is able to recognize that object. So if I say what is the definition of object description is is a description which contains both the properties and values. Means if I have to take for this particular image, I'll say that uh, L is equal to 20. So L is your property, 20 is your value. So QTP also does the same thing. For any particular object in any application, it will capture the properties and values. How can I find the properties and values for a particular object? QTP uses the object spy. Through the object spy, it can point to the particular object and find the properties and the values. As you can see, we have shown the image for the object spy. This is your pointing hand. As soon as we click on this pointing hand, it clicks on the you can click on the object for which you want the QTP to capture the properties. So after clicking on this hand, we'll click on the first image. You'll get the properties and the values for that particular objects. So let's say it is showing that x coordinate is this, y coordinate this is the property, and the value it's enabled is the property, value is true. So it has captured so many properties. So I hope this is clear. What is an object description which consists of both properties and values. So if we define what is an object identification is a method by which QTP recognizes the various objects, whatever objects we have in the application. It captures the properties and then it tries to keep on adding the properties till it is uniquely able to identify that particular object. So usually QTP can identify the objects uniquely for most of the application it is able to create its unique properties. But sometimes in some scenarios it is not able to do. In that scenario we can change the object identification settings, which we can see when we go to QTP, that how QTP settings properties settings can be changed. So how does QTP, as just we discussed that QTP adds for any object first the important properties and then it adds the extra properties. So how does QTP define it? So QuickTest or QTP has a predefined set of properties which it learns for any test object in the application. So first property is called your mandatory property. So if you are giving any object to QTP, so first it will capture your mandatory properties, which is your important properties. So mandatory properties are the core properties which QTP will learn for any test object. Now let's say it sees that those mandatory properties are not enough to recognize that object in the application, then only it starts adding the assistive properties. So those assistive properties will be learned only if the mandatory properties which it has learned for a test object is not enough. Now let's say after defining the mandatory and assistive properties also, if the combination is not enough, if we define it has added some of the mandatory properties, plus the assistive properties for the object. But combining the mandatory and assistive property is also not enough. Then it creates something called as ordinal identifier in order to create a unique description for a particular test object so that it can uniquely identify an object. So in order to understand this concept, we'll just go to QTP and understand that how it adds the mandatory, assistive and ordinal identifier properties. So we have just opened the QTP. Now what we'll do, we'll take any application to understand the concept of mandatory and assistive and ordinal identifier properties. So we'll click on the start button. After clicking on the start button, we'll just see that there's a paint application. So we'll just take the paint application, just open a paint application. Let's understand through this application how QTP uses the mandatory, assistive and ordinal identifier. So we'll just click on the resources object repository and we can add the objects from here. You can see a plus symbol which says add objects to local. Just click on this. We'll open a new test first. So just click on a new test and we'll do the same thing what we did just now. So the paint is here. Just go to resources, okay, and click on the object repository, and then here you get a add objects to local. We'll add the paint application. Okay, now if there is a child object for which you are adding, then it shows a define object filter properties. I just want to add the parent one. I don't want to add the child, so I'll click on the first one, selected object only. No descendant means I'm not adding any child object for this particular application. Okay, now we can see the paint has come in your object repository. Now I have a paint application which is open. I'll just click on the highlight to see whether QTP is able to recognize that particular object. So click on the highlight. Now you can see it is highlighting on the paint application. We will just go back. Now I'll open one more paint application. After opening, sorry, not this one, paint application. We click one more. So we have opened two paint application right now. This is the first one, this is the second one. Now again I'm going to highlight it after opening two paint application. You can see it shows the object description is not unique. It has failed. Why this has happened? Now you can see that in your object repository it has captured some description properties. So these are your mandatory properties. How to find out this mandatory properties? We'll just click on the object spy, which I just showed you, that through object spy you can capture the properties of an object. So just click on the object spy and then click on your paint. Now we'll see what are the properties which QTP has captured. So just click on the REG, just find out where is the first property. We'll just scroll down and check where is the property for this particular object. Now we just scroll down and we'll see that we have got regx title as paint. So this is the first property which QTP has picked up. Next is your regx on w class. So we have this second property. No need to understand because QTP knows what are properties are predefined properties. Now third is its own window. So this is the next property, its own window. It has picked up this property, and next it has picked up as is child window. So we'll just click on the is child window, search where is the child window. So these are the four properties which it has picked up, as we can see from the object spy. Okay, so these are your mandatory properties. Now when I have two paint application open, these four properties are common between these two paint application. That's why QTP throws an error saying I don't know which paint application you're talking about. So it doesn't know which one to highlight, whether to highlight this one or to highlight the second paint application. In that scenario, what we'll do, we'll just rename the paint to see that how now mandatory properties are not enough to identify the paint application. We'll just rename the second one and write it save as we'll write as untitled paint. Okay, dash, we have just renamed it and save it. Right? After untitled paint, we are going to add this in the object repository. So we'll just click on the object repository and we'll click on the just now which we gave renamed it and click OK. Now you can see that again we'll select only first option, click OK. Now it has added the paint to also. Now when we are trying to highlight the second one, it will show the second paint application, and if we go for the first one and highlight the first one, it shows again error in the first one. Why? Because for both, if I click on the paint 2, I'll see that it has added one more property called as text. So it is able to recognize the second one, not the first one. Because for the first one, we have the same 4 property which is common for both the paint, but for the second paint, it has added one extra property called as text. So text is your assistive properties. So description properties consist of both mandatory properties plus assistive properties. So it's able to recognize the second application because of the extra assistive properties, which is text, which is not present for the paint. The other 4 properties are common for both of them. That's why the first paint it throws error, but the second one it is able to recognize because of the assistive properties, which shows that text should be untitled paint. So this is what is mandatory and assistive properties. Now let's say that we have one more paint application. We are just going to open one more paint application. Fine, and then we are going to add this also in the object repository. So just click on the plus symbol and click on the third one. Okay, we'll just click OK. Now it has added 3 objects, paint, paint 2 and paint 3. Right? Now just click on the paint 3. You'll see that now it has added one more property called as ordinal identifier, showing location as 1. So this is what QTP does. I have 3 paint applications open. For the first one, it has added only mandatory properties. For the second paint, it added mandatory plus assistive properties. For the third one, it has added mandatory, assistive plus ordinal. So you see that only when the mandatory properties fail, it goes for the assistive. When the combination of mandatory plus assistive fails, then only it goes for the ordinal identifier. So that is the sequence of putting all their properties. Now when we click on this paint 3 and try to highlight it, it will show me for the, now what is this ordinal identifier? So ordinal identifier consists of 3 things. One is your index, location and creation time. So for ordinal identifier, it uses these 3 properties. The default is your location. That's why you saw in this example, first it picked up location. So we'll just go to QTP and understand how ordinal identifier is used with the location, index and creation time. Right? Now let's make it the location as 0. Okay. We'll just click on this, browse it, and then make it location as 0. Now what is location means if I have any object, then the 3 applications are there. Paint application, 3 paint applications are open. How to recognize with the location is 0 stands for that application which is close to the x and y axis. The location 1 means which is a little far than the first. So it depends upon the x and y coordinate. The one which is closer to the x and y coordinate, that is given as 0, and then 1 based on your how far it is from the x and y coordinate. So if I click on the 0 and if I highlight it, I'll see where does it point to. So if you see it is closer, this one is the closer to the x and y coordinate, so it's highlighting. If I change it again, make it as 1, let's see what is going to happen. So we'll make the location as 1. Okay, we'll make it as and 1 and try to highlight it. Now it will highlight the paint application which is little far from the x and y coordinate. So we'll just click on the highlight. Now you can see it is not pointing to the one which was close to the start. It is pointing which is little far from the x and y coordinate. If we make the location again as 2, so which is the third object, we'll just see. We just make it 0, 1, 2. So 2, and then we'll again highlight it. So it is not found. We saw that it was not able to recognize because it is actually pointing to the paint 2, which has, but the text is different, so it's not able to recognize. So we need to point to this one, highlight it, and then we'll click on the highlight, then it will show the middle one. So this is how QTP recognizes based on your X and Y coordinate, because paint first one and the second one is very similar, so it recognizes only based on your ordinal identifier. I hope this location is clear. Now if we go for the index, if we change the ordinal, let's go to paint 3. Okay, and here we, let's say we'll make it as index. Just click on the index, and if we make it index as 0, so index basically says that the one which is currently active. So we'll just click on the highlight application, which paint is active. The first one is active. Now again, if I click on the highlight application, so this is the active one. Now when I change it to 1, so it will again highlight the one which is currently active. So what happens in index is that it gets confused which is one is the active. So mostly we don't prefer the index, we prefer the location because that is easy to track. The other is your creation time. The creation time is according to the time which was created first, which paint was which appeared on the screen first. That is your creation time. Mostly it is used for the web-based application. I hope this is clear how QTP recognizes the properties. So as we can see, we'll just brief it again. For the first one, when we created the paint, for this it picked up 4 mandatory properties of regx, pw, and dtitle. Then again this class and owned window and the child window. These are your mandatory properties. So if I have 3 paint application, this mandatory properties are common for all the 3 applications. So it is not able to recognize. So for the second one, when we change the name to untitled paint and we try to add that object in the application, it added one more assistive properties called as text. Right? Now if we take for the paint 3, it added the text is untitled paint, and it has also added your ordinal identifier property. So QTP recognizes the sequence of recognizing the object is, first it captures your mandatory properties. If it is not enough, it goes for assistive properties. So combination of mandatory and assistive properties not enough, it goes with the ordinal identifier. So based on mandatory plus assistive plus ordinal identifier, most of the cases QTP is able to identify a particular object in the app. So this is your object configuration identification dialog box. I'll just show you in QTP. We can see that first QTP adds the mandatory properties which is already defined for the particular object. Then it adds the assistive properties, and then it will see that if the mandatory plus is not enough, it goes for your ordinal identifier. And as you can see, location it is showing because by default the ordinal identifier it goes with the location. So we have opened the QTP in order to see where to locate the object identification. Just go to tools and object identification. When you click on the object identification, here you can see your mandatory, assistive and your ordinal identifier properties. So we'll just click on the windows because we were doing for the standard windows, and we'll see that what properties does it pick up. So we'll just click on so here we have opened your object identification. In this we click on your standard windows and click on your window. So once you click on your window, you can see that it has certain properties. Okay, so these are the 4 by default these are the 4 properties for any Windows application which we had seen for the paint application. If for the paint these 4 mandatory properties was not enough, it added the assistive properties. The focus is not there, I just added it. We'll just remove it. So this was stigma. So we saw that the text was, so first these 4 properties, if it is not enough, it goes for your assistive properties, which is your text. If that also fails, it goes for your ordinal identifier as location. Now we also have something called as smart identification, that if the combination of mandatory plus assistive plus ordinal identifier is not enough, then we can enable the smart identification. In order to understand how smart identification works, we have a separate session. So we can go to that session and understand what is smart identification. I hope this is clear.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In this topic of working with test objects and repositories, we have divided into several subtopics for which we have separate session. And for today's session, we are going to discuss what is smart identification mechanism. So how does QTP uses the smart identification mechanism to identify objects? So let's see what is the objective of the session and what are we going to cover in this particular session. So in this session, we'll start with an introduction to what is object identification mechanism. Then we'll see how does QTP use the smart identification to identify an object in an application. We'll also see how to enable and disable the smart identification. We'll be also discussing about the concept of ordinal identifier. So let's just get started with what is object identification mechanism in QTP. So as we know, QTP follows the object-oriented concept. So everything what it sees in an application is treated as an object for QTP. So whenever QTP is running a script, it has to identify an object to run the script. So this process of uniquely identifying those objects in an application is known as object identification mechanism. Now what does QTP do? It has certain predefined set of properties which helps them to identify those objects in an application. So what are those set of properties? So QTP has 4 kinds of properties. The first one is called your mandatory properties. The second is called your assistive properties. Third is your smart identification. And then fourth is your ordinal identifier. So let's discuss one by one these properties. How does QTP use these properties to identify an object in an application? So let's get started with what is the mandatory properties. So we'll just write mandatory properties. Okay, and then next we have the assistive properties. And then we have our ordinal identifier. Then next is your smart identification. Okay, now what does QTP do? So these are the 4 sets of properties. So let's first see what are the mandatory properties. So mandatory properties are the properties which QTP learns for any test object. So those are the most fundamental properties which QTP uses to recognize a particular object. So now what happens sometimes the mandatory properties are not sufficient to uniquely identify the particular test object in the application. So what does QTP do? Then it adds certain assistive properties. So if this assistive properties are only added for a particular test object, if QTP does not find the mandatory properties enough to identify a particular object. So as you can see, we have mentioned here, first is your mandatory properties, which is the most fundamental properties. If this is not enough, QTP adds certain assistive properties. Now in some scenarios, what happens? The mandatory plus, we'll just copy from here. Sometimes the mandatory properties plus assistive properties are also not enough to identify a particular object in an application. Then what does QTP do? So we'll just, I'll show you this. So here sometimes, as we can see, mandatory properties plus assistive properties are not sufficient. to identify a particular object. So let's take an example. Let's open this flight application and take example. As we can see, this particular application, each and everything is treated an object for an app. So whenever if we are, let's say we are recording a script for this particular page and we have clicked on OK button. So what does QTP do? It will learn certain properties which are for this particular OK button, which is your mandatory properties. So initially, after learning the mandatory properties, when it is running the script, it is not able to identify OK objects. So what it does, then it will add certain assistive properties. So now also when you're running the script, QTP is not able to identify the object. So QTP is not able to identify an object with a combination of mandatory plus assistive properties. In that scenario, what does QTP do? It goes for the ordinal identifier. So we'll go for the ordinal identifier. So this ordinal identifier is only used when the mandatory plus assistive properties are not sufficient to uniquely identify this OK object in an application. So what will we do now? That we'll write the sequence. So now you can see that first, let me explain from the beginning that first for OK button, it is adding certain mandatory properties, which is your fundamental properties. If mandatory properties are not enough to uniquely identify an object, it goes for the assistive properties. So as you can see, mandatory plus assistive properties. So now let's say that after combining the mandatory plus assistive properties, still QTP is not able to recognize the OK object. What does it do? Then it will add the ordinal identifier. So as you can see, now it will use mandatory plus assistive plus ordinal identifier. Now in some scenarios, this may also fail. The mandatory plus assistive plus ordinal may also fail. So it uses the smart identification mechanism based on the condition that the smart identification should be enabled. If smart identification is not enabled, then it will not be able to use the smart identification mechanism. Now, what is the sequence if this is enabled? Let's say we make the smart identification enable. Does the sequence change for identifying? Yes, the sequence changes. So what is the sequence when we are enabling the smart identification mechanism? So now you can see the sequence has changed. If you are enabling the smart identification, then it goes for the mandatory first, then mandatory plus assistive, and now if mandatory plus assistive is not enough, then it goes for the smart identification. It will not go for the ordinal identifier. It goes to the smart identification mechanism. Now that also fails, then only it will go for the ordinal identifier. So this is how the sequence changes. Now in order to understand this, where do we get these properties? So we'll just open the tools and object identification. Here you can see that all these properties which we are talking about, mandatory properties, assistive properties, smart identification, ordinal identifier. So in this particular dialog box, you'll find all the properties which QTP captures for any test object. So here, let's say that if you need to first select the environment. Let's say you select the standard Windows. Here you can see that WinEdit. So if you click on the WinEdit, you can see that these are your mandatory properties which QTP will be using to identify the particular object. So for WinEdit, any WinEdit, it will first take this attached text and the native class. To understand the concept, we'll just do the recording and then we'll understand these properties. So let me just close this login and we'll just record the script and then we can understand. So we'll go to automation, click on the record button, Windows application, OK. Click on the start button, click on the flight, add some agent name and then enter your password as Mercury. Okay, now let's just click OK button and then close the application. Let's stop recording. So we have certain which we have written mandatory properties and all. Let's just comment this. So I have deleted all those things. Now let's just go to flight. Now you can see that QTP has many objects for which we have done the recording. We have the login, agent name, password. So these are the test objects which are present in this particular application. Now let's go to our object identification dialog box. For that, let's just go to tools and go to object identification. In the object identification, let's click on the standard windows, and here we have used the WinEdit. So what are the properties? As we saw, mandatory is attached text and native class. So now let's just go to the object repository and see that what are properties it has used. Go to resources, go to your object repository. In the object repository, let's use agent name. Agent name is a WinEdit. Now you can see that this is the what we were talking about. So this is your description property is a combination of mandatory plus assistive properties. So right now it has used only the mandatory properties. The mandatory property is native class and attached. So with this two properties, QTP is trying to recognize the agent name. So that is what we saw. If we close the object repository and go to our tools and object identification, you can see here that if we click on the standard window, and here if we look for the WinEdit, see, you can see that what is the property it is showing here? Attached text. Here also in the object repository, it has used the mandatory property as attached text. What is the other property? Native class. So it has used the native class. So these two mandatory property it has used. Based on this, it was able to identify the particular agent name. So it did not use any assistive property. But in case these two properties were not enough to identify the agent name, then it would have gone for assistive properties. And if this assistive properties was not enough, it would have gone to ordinary identifier. In ordinary identifier, you can see that there are two properties which is showing index and location. If you go for the web element, it will have three sets of properties for the ordinary identifier. So talking about the index, index indicates the order in which the objects will appear in the application relative to the other objects. If you go for the location, location will indicate the order in which the object will appear on the parent window or in the particular frame. Next is your, if we are going for a web-based application, it will use one more property called as creation time. So creation time indicates the order in which the browsers were opened related to other open browsers. So these are the properties which QTP uses for ordinary identifier: index, location, and creation time if it is for web-based application. So as we can see, the sequence first starts from the mandatory, then goes to mandatory plus assistive, and then plus ordinary identifier, because in this scenario, as you can see, enable smart identification is not enabled. So if it is not enabled, this is the sequence. But in case we enable the smart identification, then the mechanism changes. The process changes. First is your mandatory plus assistive plus a smart identification, and then it goes for the ordinary identifier. Okay, so as we can see, we have discussed mandatory plus assistive. So now let's go for the smart identification. When does QTP switch to the smart identification? So when normal identification, the normal identification as we discussed, mandatory plus assistive plus ordinary. So that is your normal identification process. So in the scenarios where normal identification fails to identify a unique object, then QTP switches to the other mode of identification called as smart identification. But the condition is it has to be enabled. And smart identification mechanism uses two types of properties. First is called your base filter properties, and second is called your optional filter properties. So what are the base filter properties? So base filter properties is considered the most fundamental property for any particular test objects, whose values cannot be changed without changing the essence. And optional filter properties are those properties or other properties which may help to identify the particular object. So this mechanism is only used if usual object identification process fails, and then QTP uses the smart identification, in which we have base filter properties and optional filter properties. Now coming back to the object identification dialog box, you can also add and remove the properties. You can click add, and you can also add certain properties which is not there. Let's say focused, and then click OK. So that property also gets added. If you want to delete, you can also remove it. So in order to remove, just click on the removed and uncheck it, so it gets removed. You can also add the assistive properties of your own. So let's say I'm adding height, and click OK. Once you check mark, that becomes added. If you want to remove it, just highlight, click on the and just uncheck mark, so that removes it. So this is how you can add the properties and also remove the properties. Okay. Now here, if we are now, as we said that if the usual process fails, then we can enable a smart identification. For enabling the smart identification, just check mark the enable smart identification. Click on the configure button. Here, as we discussed, we have QTP uses two properties for smart identification. First is your base filter properties, and second is your optional filter properties. Here you can add certain properties of your choice by clicking on the add, and let's say we are clicking on something as focused, and some other properties we can add in the base filter properties. So text I'm adding, click OK. Now in the optional filter properties, we can also add, just click on the add remove and add certain other properties. So let's say I'm adding register title. Okay, and this is how you can add and remove your properties in the smart identification. Okay, now we have configured. Now okay, now we'll run one script and see how the smart identification QTP uses. For that, I'll use one web application. So we'll just open here. We'll just first close all the applications. It's already opened here. Okay, and then I'm going to open through the Internet Explorer because this is the most supported browsers in QTP. Now we'll just type, let's say, I'm typing www.rediffmail.com. Okay. Now let's go to QTP again and click on the automation. Click on the record button, and in the record, make sure that it is in the web base. Okay, make sure that web is selected. Record interest in open browser. Okay. Now here, let's click on the books, and let's just stop recording. I've just recorded one line of the script, and now after stopping the recording, let's go open the Rediff and let's just go back so that we have the books while running. Okay. Now after going back to the previous page, because we should have that books available, should be visible when QTP script is running, because it has to click on the books. Now let's go back to QTP again and click on the run button. Click on the automation, click on the run button. Okay. Now you can see there's an exclamation mark in the test summary which shows that it has used the smart identification mechanism. So if you just expand it here, we can see that where it has used the smart identification mechanism. Now you can see that here it has used for book smart identification, means the mandatory plus assistive properties was not enough to identify this books. So what it did, that it used the smart identification where it has used certain base filter properties and optional filter properties to identify that particular, and because of that it was able to recognize and run the script. So this is the concept of smart identification. Okay, so this is how we enable, and you can also disable the smart. If you uncheck mark it, it disables it. So select the enable smart identification checkbox for a particular test object class. Okay, and then as we set ordinary identifier, so if you are enabling the smart identification, then the ordinary identifier will be considered only if the smart identification also fails up. So this is the concept of how QTP follows the object identification mechanism to identify any object in an application. Okay, I hope this concept is clear.
Hey there, want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
QTP follows the object-oriented concept. So in some of the sessions we have learned how QTP learns and identifies objects, how to work with the test object, where does QTP store its test objects, then working with the local object repository, then the shared object repository, how to work with the object repositories. In this session, we are focusing on how to associate the shared object repository in our action or test. Let's see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll first create a local object repository. Then we'll be moving the local objects to a shared object repository. Then we'll be learning what are the ways of associating a shared object repository in our test. One way is through resources, the next through a keyword view. Then we'll be seeing the snapshot for associating a shared object repository. In the end of the session, we'll see is there any drawback of using a shared object repository. Let's start with creating a local objects in the object repository and then moving those local objects to a shared object repository. So we have opened the QTP now. Now we are going to create a local object repository. We'll just open the flight application, the login page, and then we'll click on the resources, click on the object repository. Then we'll be adding the objects using add objects to local. Click on the login. Okay. Now which objects we want to add? We are going to add all objects types. Okay. Now the local objects has been object repository has been created. We have only the local objects in this particular object repository. You can see all are dark in color. So they are into local object repository. Now we want to make it a shared object repository. In order to make it a shared object repository, just click File and click on Export Local Objects. So it is exporting my local objects into a shared object repository. My local object repository remains unaffected. So I'll create a name saying as login13. Please remember to add the extension. Otherwise, while associating, it will not be able to recognize it. Save it. Now it's already created. Now what we are going to do? We are going to create a new. In this, we are going to write a script. So I already have a script. So we'll just use that script. So I have just written a script which I had already previously written. In this, since I have written the script, I have not recorded the script. If you click on the resources object repository, the object repository is empty. I don't have any objects in the object repository. If I write the script and there are no objects in the object repository, and if I try to run the script, what happens? It throws an error. You just click on the run button, click OK. It will throw an error saying that the objects are not recognized because the login object or whatever object for which we have captured is not present in your object repository. So in order to run the script, first I have to load the objects. That is, I'm going to associate my shared object repository in a test. How to associate it? Just click first method we are going to follow is your resources and associate repository. Fine. Now we'll click on the plus symbol and we'll search for the shared object repository. Now, if you have different actions, all the actions will be displayed. Right now, only one action. So, action 1, click on this symbol and OK. Now, we can just open the object repository and see whether it has been associated or not. If we open, we can see all the objects for that particular page, login page. The objects has been come in the object repository. Now, when we try to run the script, we'll just open the application and try to run the script. It will run till the third line. Again, for the flight reservation, it will throw an error. Why? Because if we go to the object repository, it will see it was not there in the shared object repository. In that scenario, what can I do? I can just add it individually. Because we don't have flight reservation object in a shared object repository. So how to add it? We have the flight reservation. We can just go to resources, object repository and go to object, add objects to local and just add flight reservation. Okay. So in this, do you want all the objects? No, we only want the parent. We don't want the child. So we'll just say selected objects only, no distance. If you have more scripts, then you can add it. Okay. So flight reservation has been added. Now we'll just close. So now if you see the difference, See the object repository. The one in your shared objects are light in color, but the one which we have just now added, which is a local object, is dark in color. In order to see the difference, we can click here. If you click on the local objects, it will show you the difference between local objects and the shared objects. So this is your local object. Now if I click on all objects means local plus shared. So this is your local, the rest is your shared objects. The light ones is your shared objects and the dark one is your local object. Now we'll just close and we'll open the application and see now is it running fine or not. So we'll just click on the run button. We'll just remove that application. We'll just open the first page of the login and then click on the run button. So now QTP is able to recognize each and every object because of the objects placed in the object repository. If the objects are not present in the object repository, it will not be able to run the script. This is how we associate the object repository through the resources method. So this is just now we saw, we went to the resources, clicked on the associate repository, search for the shared one, and then we added in a file using this arrow button and plus OK. Now what is the other way of associating the shared object repository in a test? The other way is that you can use the keyword view and then you can associate it. How to do it? We'll just go to QTP and see the other way of associating it. Now in order to follow through the keyword view, we'll just see that we can just copy the script and put in a new test. I'm not using record and playback because automatically the objects will come in the repository. So just copy the script, open a new test. Do you want to save? No, I'm not saving it. If you want, you save it. We'll just click on this and paste it. Now I have copied and pasted the script. It is equivalent to writing a script. So when we write a script or copy a script, the object repository is completely empty. It doesn't have any objects in the object repository. The object repository will have the objects in its repository only when we are in record mode. If we are not in record mode, the objects will not be placed in the object repository. Now if I again run this, you can see the object repository is empty. Now we again open the login and try to run the script. Will my script run comfortably? No, it will not run comfortably because again the objects are not found in the object repository. As QTP recognizes by property, it is not able to find what are the properties for this test objects for which we have written the script. So we have to add the objects. So one method we've already seen through the resources and associate. The other method is just go to the keyword view. Now here you have action 1. Just click on the action 1. Right click on the action 1. Here you can see action properties. Now in action properties, you can see associated repository. Just click on the associated repository. Again, you get a plus symbol. Plus is for add a new shared object repository from the file. So click on this. It will ask you to browse from where you want to load the shared object repositories. Just click on the browse and search which one. So you have lot of, we'll just take the latest one, login 13. And add on this automatic path conversion. We'll say no. Okay, fine. Now it has been added. We just click OK. Now we'll just go to the object repository and see are the objects added. So click on the object repository. Now you can see the objects has been added. Okay, fine. Again, we'll just close this application. We'll just open and then we are going to run the script. Fine. So when we run the code, now it is running fine. But again, the flight reservation is not present in the. So what we can do is we can create one shared one also for flight reservation. Now till OK button, the script is running fine. But as soon as it encounters the flight reservation, it throws an error. Okay, so right now I don't have flight reservation. We can just add as the previous method. So we'll just click on this. So we don't have the next page. We'll just go to the next page because we need to capture for the next page. Now after clicking on this, click on the OK button. Now you are in the second page. Now we need to, so we just click on the resources object added. We need to add that object. So we'll just click on the object and add objects to local. Click on the flight reservation. Okay. And then only selected object. Okay. So we have added one local and the others are shared. Again, we are going to close and run the application by opening. We'll just open the first page of the login window and we are going to run the script. Now, if you run the script, it will run successfully because all the objects are present in your object repository. Now, if I have to associate multiple, we can do the same way. We'll just take one example of associating multiple shared object repository. We have already created for the first page. Now we'll create the shared for the next page also. I hope this is clear how to associate through the resources and through the keyword view. Now we'll create one more object repository. So for creating one more, just go to the new test again. Once we open the new test, we'll just click, we'll just take this page. We have the objects for this particular page in the shared object repository. So we are not going to record this page. We'll just enter the agent name, click the password as my page. Once we go in the login, we have the next page. So once the next page is open, now I'm going to start recording because I need these objects in the object repository, or I can directly add it. So we can just go to resources and click on your object repository and then object and add objects to local. So for this page, I am creating the local object repository. Okay. Which objects we want? We want all object types. Okay. Now after all the objects has been added, file, again export local objects. We'll write it as flight in order to remember that this is the object repository for the next one. So flight underscore 1.tsr. So I have for both the pages now shared. Fine. Now we'll close it. Now we'll just have a script, paste it. But we don't have for the second page, so we need the script for the second page also. So what we can do is we can just get the script for the second page also. So we'll just open a new test again and we'll just record the full script for the first page and the second page, then copy and pasting it in the other file. So click on the record button, Windows application. Just click on this plus. Every time you go for the second option, you need to click on the plus and add the application. Otherwise, it throws an error. If the second option is clicked and you directly click on the record button, then it does not record your scripts. Apply. Okay. We have not closed this. Okay, no problem. We'll enter the agent name, like any agent name you can enter. Enter the password. Let's say Mercury. And then we'll click OK. Now it is opening my second page. So we'll do the recording for the second page also. 12, 60. Then fly from, you can enter any of the details. Enter the flight to. Select the flights. Click the name. Enter the name. After entering, click the insert order. Now just close the application and stop recording. So we'll stop recording and then we'll close that application. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste the script if I don't want to write the script. We can also write it manually. That's better option. Okay. So we'll just copy it from here because we want to just understand how to associate the object repository. So we'll open a new test now and paste it there. When I paste it, we don't have any, just paste it. So I pasted, so resources object repository is empty now. Now I can add two object repository at a time. How can I add? Just click on the objects. Just add by using the resources and click on associate repositories. Now here you can click on the plus symbol. So we'll ask which one you want to click. So we are going with the login 12.tsr. Fine. Do you want to add more? So we can just shift this one first. I want to add for the another test also. This is how you can add multiple shared object repository. Again, we can add for the fr1.tsr and then select action 1. Fine and OK. So this is how you can add the multiple shared object repository in your test. So if you click on the resources object repository, now you can see that it has loaded the objects shared object repository from both the files. This way multiple files which you shared object repository you have, you can add it in your object repository. So now we are going to run the script. In order to run the script, just click on the flight application, the first page, and thus enter, click on the run button. Once you click on the run button, the script is going to run. But what happens, see, that I have added the shared object repository in my file. Still it is showing a run error because probably the mask PD box was not found in the object repository, which shared repository we have used. In that scenario, there may be times when you're using the shared object repository, but some of the objects may not be there in those files. Then you can add it manually. I've just shown you how to add it manually, right? We can just open, just close the test result. If it's not there, just go directly again to the resources object repository, and just now as we saw that if any while running, even though after using the shared objects, if the test is not running fine because of some object which is not found in the shared objects, we can just click add objects and see that which object is not there, and then click on the OK. So this is how you can add it if it is not there, and then run the script will run fine. So this is how we associate a shared object repository through the keyword view. You can see that this is a snapshot of the shared object repository from where we are loading. So it is where the shared object repositories are there. The shared objects repositories, it shows that it is not in editable state, but it is possible to edit. There's other way of editing the shared objects which you are using in your file, but that we have a separate session to understand that how to edit a shared object repository. Initially, it looks that it is not editable, but there are ways of editing it. Now, what is the drawback of using a shared object repository is that if multiple users are trying to work on the shared object repository, then who are logging in at that time, they cannot edit it concurrently, and any small or big changes will affect all the associated test cases. So if multiple users are working at a time, it may create slight problems while associating the shared object repository. But benefits are huge when you are using, mostly it is beneficial when you are using descriptive programming. Here in record playback feature, it is not much advantage, but when you are using your descriptive programming, where we write the programming ourselves, when we have the application programming, we don't use the record playback feature, then we need to associate the objects in a test, we need a lot of time. It helps us to make the programming efficient.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP follows the object-oriented concept. So we learned in some of the session how QTP learns and identifies objects, how to work with the test objects, and how to work with the object repository, what is local object repository and shared object repository. We had an introduction to object repository. In this session, we are focusing on working with object repository. Let's see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll start with defining the new test objects in QTP, then how to add the objects to the local, working with the compact view, then see can we highlight the object in an application, and also can we locate the objects from the repository in an application. So we'll see that we'll start with the session by defining the new test objects in QTP. The second topic which we'll be dealing is adding objects to the local, how to work with compact view, what is highlighting the objects in an application, and what is locating objects in a repository. Let's start with defining the new test objects in QTP. What is defining new test objects in QTP? Let's just quickly go to QTP and understand the concept. So we have opened the QTP. We'll just locate where is defining the new test objects. Just go to resources, object repository, click on your object, and define new test object. This is how I can define a new test object by myself. So once this window opens, I can create my own object. Let's say I have an object in an application which is neither edit nor button, but it is a combination of that. So I can give the name, logical name as, let's say, win will give us win edit and edit button. So it's a combination of edit and button. Which environment it belongs to? We can take it as standard Windows. What class it belongs to? Okay, we take it as combo, because it's a combination of edit and button. Now we can define our own properties also for this particular object. So you can just click on this and select any of the properties which you would like to add it. Okay, so once you say add, this object will get added in your object repository with the properties which you have defined here. So this is how you can add the objects in you can define your objects in the object repository. So what is the purpose of defining new test objects are that we can create a new test object in a repository even when the application is not ready or is not available to us. It is useful in cases where properties of objects are yet to be created by developer, but that has to be informed to the tester. So these are the situations where you can define yourself new test objects in QTP. So this can be done even when QTP is not in record mode. The next thing which we are going to learn is how can we add the objects to local. In most of the scenarios when we record a script, the objects automatically gets added in your object repository. But if we want the objects to be added without recording, we go with this option, adding objects to local. So we'll again go and search where can we find adding new. So initially, if we record, what happens right now when we open resources object repository, it is empty. This was the one which we did further. We'll just close it and we'll open a new test. So once we open a new test, we'll see that resources, when you click on the object repository, you'll find that it is empty, right? So if we do the recording for any application, then only we can find the objects in a object repository. Here it is empty. So we want to define the objects. We want to add the objects to this local without recording. So we'll just click on the objects and add objects to local. So we'll just click on this application. Let's say for this particular page, I want the objects to be added in this object repository. We'll just click on the objects and write add objects to local. Once we click on this, this object spike comes and it is asking for which object you want to add the objects. So just click on this. Now here it will ask which one you want to add to repository. So it is showing me the parent object. In this particular application, this is your login is your parent object. And the other ones which you are seeing, age, name, password, okay, cancel, even image, all are the child objects for this particular application. Since we have clicked on the parent, it is just asking, do you want to add the parent? Okay. Once you click on the parent, it shows me the 4 options. Why? Because there are a lot of child inside that parent. So it will ask whether you want to add only the selected objects only, means no descendants, means if I select the first option, it is just going to add the login. If you just click OK, you can see that only login has been added. You can just view it that there are no other objects, only the parent has been added. Now we'll just remove it and we'll do for the next option. Just click on the new test again because we don't want the login to be the object repository. Now we'll again open the application. We'll just go to resources, object repository. After clicking on object repository, again go to object and add objects to local. Once you click on this, again we are clicking on login. Once we click OK, again we get the 4 options. We saw that if you selected objects only, no distances means only the parent gets added. But if I go for the second option, default object types, then what is it going to do? In that second option, it is just going to add the objects which are mostly used. There are more objects, but it will only add along with the parent only that child object will be added for which is more used in recording. So default object types. Okay, what happens? See now, along with the parent, some of the child gets added. All the child will not get added. Only the one which you are using mostly while recording or for your scripting, those objects gets added. Okay, let's go with the third option now. We'll just close it. Again, we'll go for the third option. So we'll just click on the resources. Again, object repository. After clicking on this, again you click on the object and add objects to local. Again, click on the login. Okay, go with the third option now. All object types means the local plus not only the default ones, but all the objects, all the parent and the child which is used or not, all the objects which you find in the application has to be added. Just click OK. Now if you see, it's more, because it is, if you open the application, the agent name and the edit inside that both have been added. This is one is for, okay, so both all the objects which you find for this particular application has been added. So this is how you can add the objects in your object repository. Let's just close this and we'll just go for the last option where you have resources, object repository. Okay, so once you click on this and you click on the login, you can have OK, and you can select the object types. In this, you can select whichever properties you want and set it to. So this is how you can define your own objects in the object repository. And now these objects has been added to the local repository, and you can also make it a shared repository just by clicking on file and export local objects. So without recording, I can add the objects in the object repository and make it a shared objects. So this is what we saw in the QTP. Now to add a test object to the object repository, we just open the object repository. You can also click the shortcut is Ctrl+R to open the object repository, and then just click on add objects to local. This is how you can add the objects to the local repository without recording. Or you can select object from the menu. Also you have add objects. So you can click on either options and add the objects to the local. Now let's go with the next option, working with compact view. What is a compact view? So you can see that in the object repository, we cannot view everything. Just go to QTP. Okay. Now here we'll just, before starting with the compact view, I'll just show you. Either we did define from here, or you can also click on for these options also from here, the menu bar. You can add objects to local or define new test objects. So you can do from here also. Okay, the next option which we are going to see is your compact view. How to go for the compact view? Just now we saw that we added the objects in the local repository. Now just if you click on the view and click on your compact view, what happens? This becomes, it is not viewing everything in the repository. It just shows you the test object. It doesn't give you the full description of the object, that which class it belongs to. So if I don't want the full view, I can go for the compact view. I can again go with the full view. Now it will show me the full view. Okay, so we just saw that how to work with the compact view. So it provides a user option to view the object repository in the compact view. So object here, the properties of the object are not displayed. All the information about the test objects are now displayed in the compact view. We can come back to our full view also. Now we'll see the next topic, which is highlighting the object in an application. What does this highlighting in application do? This feature will highlight the selected object in application, helps to know whether the object is available in the object repository or not. Let's do it again. Okay, now I'll show you how to add the child object also. So just now we saw only for the parent. If you want to add for the child object, again you can just do resources, object repository. Once it's open, just object, add objects to local. I can add only one single object also, one child object. So it will just add one child object. It will not ask for the other four options if you are adding a child object. Whenever you are adding a parent object, then only it will give you the four options, whether you want only the parent. And if you want the parent, the second option is whether you want parent with some of the child, or you want parent with all the child, or you want to select with the properties. So these are ways by which you can add. But if you are adding any child object, only the child object, then it will not give you the options. Okay, we'll just go with the new one again and add the parent also. We need more objects to understand this concept for highlighting. So we'll add all the objects again. So you can just refresh it again. So we'll just click on the resources and object repository. Once we open the object repository, click on the object, add objects to local. Now after adding objects to local, we'll just click on the login. Okay. Now we'll go with the all object types so that we can know that how to highlight the objects. So we'll just click OK. Now all the objects have come. This is the parent. These are all your child objects. All the parent and the child objects have come in the object repository. Now just open the application and you have a highlight option in the view. Just click on the view and highlight in application. Now already login is selected. We'll just click on the highlight and see it's highlighting and showing this is your login. You just highlight it again, view and highlight in the application. It is showing me again. The other way of using the highlight is you can go in the menu bar. In the menu bar, you can see the highlight option. Now let's take another test object, agent name. As we can see here also we have agent name, here also agent name. So I want to know which agent name, how to distinguish between this agent name and this agent name. So I'll click on this agent name and then click on the highlight option which is present in the menu. You can also use from the view. I'm using from the menu bar. Just click on the highlight. Now it is showing that the top which is written agent name, that is the object for which this is the logical name. You can click it again and you can see that it's highlighting on this agent name. Now I want to see what is this the other agent name. So I'll click on this and go with the highlight application. Now it is showing the edit box which is inside the agent name. For this is the agent name. This is how I can distinguish. If I'm not able to recognize the object in the application, I can just click on the object and I can just click on that and just highlight it. It will show me where is the object present in the application, but the application should be on the screen, otherwise it will not show me clearly. Fine. So this is how QTP is able to locate that whether the objects are present in the application and where is it located on the application. So now you can understand with this highlight application, we know that it helps to highlight the selected object in application and we can know whether the object is whatever it is showing in the object repository, it is present in the application or not. So we are viewing from the object repository to the application. We are locating the objects in the object repository and see whether those objects are present in the application or not. Now next feature which we are going to discuss is locating objects in object repository. Now this also is very much similar to highlight, but there's a big difference. So we'll just see how to locate objects in the object repository. Now let's just keep the application open here. Now if we have locating objects, we'll just click on locate. Now it will ask you to locate in the application. You just click on this. Okay. So what did it do? Basically, it will first, when you click on the view and locate in repository, it will ask you for which object you want to locate. So basically when I open this application and when I click on locate object, first it will ask which object you want to check. So here we are checking from the application to the object repository. When we click on view and locate in repository, it will ask for which object you want to check whether that object is present or not. So just click on the view and then locate in repository. It's asking for the hand. So we'll just click on agent name, let's say. So it will now show, do you want to locate the agent name from the application to the object repository? Yes, we want to locate whether the agent name from the application is it present in the object repository. Okay. So see, it is highlighting now. It is showing from the application to the object repository. So both of them looks same, but there are differences between these. So highlighting means highlighting from the object repository to the application. Locating means locating the objects from the application to to the object repository. So we see the definition. Locate in object repository means to verify that the object is in application is already available in repository. So we are locating from the application to the repository. Okay, so we'll just overview again the difference between highlighting and locating objects in. So when we go from view, highlight means first it will, whatever you have selected from the object repository, it is highlighting in an application. But when we do locate, means first it will search in the application that object which you want to locate. So I want to locate cancel. So it is asking, do you want to locate from the application to the object repository? Okay. So you can see that this is the difference between highlighting and the locating. Highlighting is highlighting from the application, from the object repository to your application. Locating means locating from application to the object repository. I hope this concept is clear. So this is how we work with the object repository.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
As we know, QTP uses the object-oriented concept where it treats each and everything in an application as an object. So we'll be learning about how QTP learns objects, identifies those objects, while runtime, how is it able to understand whether it is the same object. So we'll be working with the test object, runtime objects, then we'll see how to work with the object repository and see where are those objects stored, what is the memory for object repository, can we share the object repository and work with the object repositories. Then we'll also see that what are the ways by which QTP identifies the properties. This particular session, we'll be focusing on how QTP learns and identifies objects. Let's see what is the objective of the session. We'll start with an introduction to how QTP learns and identifies objects. Then we'll see what are the test objects and the runtime objects. Then we'll see how to work with the object description. What are the properties, what are the classes, how QTP recognizes those objects. Let's start with an introduction. QuickTest uses the same technology for recognizing an object, how we see each and everything around us as an object. QTP also applies the same human-like technique for identifying any object while recording and during the run session. In order to understand that how QTP recognizes objects during record and runtime, we'll just go to QTP and we'll just work on it to understand this concept. So we have opened the QTP. To understand this, how QTP recognizes objects, we'll just open the flight application. Now when we are taking this application, we can see that when QTP has to record for this particular application, first it will identify all the objects for which the recording has to be done. So it will treat each and everything in this particular application as an object. Login is an object, agent name, password, OK, cancel, help. Even the image is object for QTP. While record time, what QTP does, let's take an example of OK button. That if we are doing the recording for OK button, QTP will record the properties for OK button and put in its frame, and then it will, according to certain properties, it will put under certain classes which is predefined for QTP. Now, where does it put the properties of OK button and where are these objects stored? So we just click on resources and object repository. This is like a brain for QTP. Let's wait for the object repository to open. So object repository is already opened. This is the brain for QTP. While record time, QTP captures the properties of those objects and puts in brain called as object repository. So we'll just click on the application as we were taking the example of OK button. So when we are recording, it captures the properties for OK button, put in this object repository. The object is placed along with the properties and the classes it belongs to. Now while runtime, again it will capture the properties for OK button, and then it is going to match whether these properties which it has captured during record time and the properties which it is capturing during runtime is same or not. If it is same, it says I'm able to recognize that object. It is the same thing like we humans do in the real-time scenario. If we are seeing any object, even if we are seeing OK button, initially we will capture the properties of OK, put in a brain. Tomorrow if I come and see the object again, based on those properties, again I will capture the properties today and I'll compare with the properties which my brain had captured yesterday. If both matches, will say this is the same OK button which we saw yesterday. So QTP also follows the same technology. First, it will record the properties of an object during record time. That is called your test object properties, because QTP is recording the properties for this particular OK object during record time. Again, when you are running the script, you have a run button here. When you click on the run button and the script is running, it will again capture the properties for OK button. Then those properties are called your runtime object properties. So QTP is going to compare the test object properties which it has captured during record time with the runtime properties which it has captured during runtime. If the test object properties and the runtime object properties matches, it is able to identify that object. Let's just record and understand the concept clearly. So we'll just close the object repository. We'll just click on the record button and click on Windows application because we are taking the flight application. Click OK. Once you click on the OK button, you can just click on the login and enter any agent name. You can enter any name. After clicking an agent name, we'll click on the password as Mercury and then click OK button. Now we are in the next page. So we'll do the recording for the next page also. Fine. After entering the date of flight, just enter fly from and fly to. Then select any flights option. Select the name. And finally click on the insert order. Okay, this recording is not done. Okay, so we did the recording again because it was in the other mode. We'll just stop recording. Now recording is done. So once you finish the recording, now we can just open the application. Once you open the application, now you'll see that the script has been recorded for each and every object. Now, as we said, each and every object is treated as an object for QTP. Where is the information? While recording, it has captured for all the objects for which recording has been done. The test objects here are login, agent name, password. Okay, these are your test objects because we did the recording for these particular objects, and the properties which it was captured during the record time is known as your test object properties. Where we can view the test object properties are, if you click on resources, object repository, after recording, you can see it has recorded the test. These are your test objects. While recording on the objects for which recording has been done, those are known as your test objects. The login, OK, agent name, password, these all are your test object. If you click on OK button, this is a test object and the properties are captured here. If you see test object detail, these are the properties or the test object properties which it has captured for OK button during recording. And based on this properties, it has put under the class bin button. If you take another example, agent name, again for agent name, it is a object. When we did the recording, it is a test object for which these are your test object properties, and it is based on this properties it has put under class bin added. So I hope this is clear that what is your test object and what is your test object properties. Fine. So if we define it again, test objects are those which is for which the recording is done, and test object properties are those properties which are captured by QTP during record time. I hope this concept of test objects are clear. And where does QTP maintain the test objects and the test object properties? It is your object repository. Fine. Now we are going to run the script. We'll just close this object repository and click on the run button. Now when we are running the script, what QTP does, again it captures the properties for each of the objects in the application, and those are known as your test objects. Now the properties which it is capturing for these objects are known as your runtime object properties. So now it's running fine because the test object properties and the runtime properties are same. Based on that, it is able to recognize that object. We'll just click on the application again. So while runtime, what it did that, let's take again the example of OK. Well, when we were running the script, when we click on the run button, QTP again captured the properties for OK. So after capturing the properties, those are known as your runtime object properties because those properties were captured for OK button during runtime. So after recording got over, it was when we are running it is seeing that what is the runtime object properties. Is it matching with the test object properties which were placed in the object repository? If both are same, then QTP is able to recognize this OK button. If it is not able to recognize the properties while running, then the test fails. I hope this is clear that what are runtime objects and what are runtime object properties. Runtime objects are those which are objects which is seen during the runtime, and runtime object properties are those properties which are captured by QTP during runtime. So how does QTP recognizes those objects? The QTP first records the properties of an object during record time called as test object properties. While runtime, again QTP captures the properties of that particular object and called as runtime properties. So QTP then matches whether the test object properties and the runtime properties are same. If both are same, then only it is able to recognize that object and then the script runs fine. So we saw that test object properties are put in your object repository. If you click on the object repository, it contains the test objects and the test object properties. If we want to view where are the runtime properties, where can we view the runtime properties? This is, if you see this object spy, this is the object spy through which you can locate the runtime objects and its properties. Just click on the object spy. You get a hand on this. Hand is basically, if you read the definition, use the pointing hand button to select the object whose properties or methods you want to view. So when you click on this hand, it will ask for which object you want to check the runtime properties. So we can click on this, the application should be open. And once we click on this, we just need to click on the OK button and see that it shows you the properties for, if you just highlight the OK button, it will show you the properties for OK button. So these are your runtime properties for OK button. If you click on the operation, it also shows certain methods which can be applied on those objects. So this is where we can see the properties or for the runtime properties for the test objects or runtime objects. Fine. So if we so in order to make it short, the test object properties are stored in your object repository. Runtime object properties you can view from the object spy. So let's brief it again. During test recording, user can learn about the test object properties in an application, and then during runtime, QTP again compares the stored object properties with the actual properties. What are the actual properties? Those properties which QTP captures during runtime. And based on comparing, if both are same, it says it is uniquely able to identify those objects. So we just now saw what are test object and test object properties. So test object properties are properties which are captured while record time, and it will be stored where? In the object repository. So object repository, if you define it, is a collection of object along with its properties, and also it has the classes under which this object belongs to. So we have seen the screenshot just now. I showed you in the QTP. This is your test objects. This is also called as logical name. What you see on this side is the test objects login. Okay. So for that particular application, these are what you see on the left side is called the logical name of the test objects. So whatever this is, the name is the logical name. It belongs to dialog class, and which type of repository? It is local repository. That we will understand more in detail when we go for a session called as object repository. And these are the test object properties which QTP has captured for login object. Similarly, if you do for OK, it will again show the logical name, class, which repository it belongs to, along with the properties. So next we spoke about runtime object property. So what are runtime objects? The runtime object properties are those during runtime. Again, QTP captures the properties of the test objects and store it in the so how to access those properties which QTP is capturing during runtime? It is through the object spy, which I just now showed you, that you click on the object spy, click on any object, you can view the properties and object for that particular object. So I also showed you there are certain operations which we can do on them. So object spy is used to access the runtime object information. You'll get a detailed information about the object for which during runtime the properties has been captured. Now if we see that what is the object description. So object description, we can see from the previous slide also itself, that here you can see that how can I give the object description? Object description consists of an object properties along with its value. That is called the object description for any object. So we have taken here for agent name, we have highlighted here. For agent name, the property is attached text and the value is agent name. So that is what we have defined in the object description. That object description is basically for any object, the property and the value which you take is called the object description for that particular object. I hope it's very clear what is a test object and what is the runtime objects and how QTP identifies each and every object. If QTP is not able to match the test object properties with the runtime object properties, it fails.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
QTP supports lots of checkpoints like standard checkpoint, text checkpoint, text area checkpoint, bitmap, database, image, table and page checkpoint, and XML checkpoint. In this session, we'll be seeing what is a standard checkpoint and how to work with the standard checkpoint. Let's see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll start with an introduction to checkpoint. What is a checkpoint? And then as we saw, there are different kinds of checkpoints. So in this session, we'll be seeing what is a standard checkpoint and what are the ways of conducting standard checkpoint. It could be while recording or it could be while editing. So now let's see what is a checkpoint. To understand the concept of checkpoint, let's take any object. So for any object, we'll be having certain properties which are expected properties for that object. While recording, it will have some current object properties. What QTP does, it compares, if you insert any checkpoint, it compares your expected properties for an object with your current properties for an object. So if you are inserting the checkpoint and if the properties of the expected object properties and the current object properties matches, then the verification point or the checkpoint passes. So checkpoint is a verification. It is just verifying that the expected properties and the current properties are matching or not. If the verification passes, the checkpoint passes. So QuickTest enables us to add checks to our script or component, and it can be inserted at any point of time in the script. Let's see what is a standard checkpoint. The other checkpoints we'll be seeing in other sessions. So the purpose of adding any checkpoint is that we make sure that the application is functioning correctly. So when we add a checkpoint, it could be standard checkpoint or any other checkpoint. QTP will insert a checkpoint step in the keyword view. By default, it will name the checkpoint using the whatever test objects you have in the application for which the checkpoint was created. The name is given by default with the name of the test object. But we can also change and give a different name for the checkpoint, or we can accept the default name. It's our choice whether we want to accept the default one or change the checkpoint name. So after inserting a checkpoint, QTP will, while running the component, it will compare your expected results with the current results and see if they are matching. If it matches, then the checkpoint passes. If it does not pass, then the checkpoint fails. If it is not same, it will fail. And you can view all these results of the checkpoint in your test results window, where you can also see what kind of checkpoint you have conducted for a particular object. So if we talk about standard checkpoint, it is mainly useful for checking a variety of objects like buttons, combo boxes, list, edit boxes, and so on. So it will verify that the whatever property values of an object, what you're expecting, is same during capturing also. So it is supported for all the add-in environments, all the plugins which you are using for QTP. So how standard checkpoint is conducted? Standard checkpoint can be conducted either while recording or while editing. While recording, you have the steps here. While recording, standard checkpoint selects the insert checkpoint, standard checkpoint, or click the insert checkpoint. So in order to understand this concept, let's just go to QTP and understand how standard checkpoint is conducted in QTP. So we have opened the QTP. So we'll do the standard checkpoint while recording first. So we should be in the record mode. We'll just click on the record button, Windows application, select the first choice, click OK. After clicking OK, we'll just click on the start button, open the flight application, and now we are going to insert a standard checkpoint. So first we'll be doing for the OK button. So what we'll be doing that we'll enter the agent name, then we'll enter the password. After password, I want to check that my expectation is the OK button should be enabled before clicking on OK button. So first I'll introduce a checkpoint that it will verify that the OK button is enabled before clicking on OK. While running, again it will check that it is enabled or not with the current value and see that the verification passes or not. So we'll just enter the agent name now. We can enter any agent name. After entering agent name, we'll enter the password as Mercury. Now I want to check whether before clicking the OK button, I want to verify, though I can see that OK button is enabled, but I want to verify during runtime also the button is enabled before clicking on OK button. So in order to do this, we'll just click on the insert and checkpoint and click on the standard checkpoint. Now you can see the object spike ups. It is asking for which object you want to do the standard verification or the standard checkpoint. So we'll click on the OK button. Now it's asking object selection, checkpoint properties. You want for the with button OK? Yes, I want to check for the OK button. Fine. Which property you want to check? Whether you want to see it's focused or height, test, what you want to check? As I said that we are checking that the button is enabled. So already it is tick mark. So before clicking on OK button, I'm checking whether OK button is enabled or not. and just click OK. Once you enter, it will enter as the checkpoint. Now you can click on the OK. So after introducing the checkpoint, we are clicking on OK button. Fine. And then we are going to close the application and stop recording. Fine. Now here we are in expert view where we have recorded and we have introduced the checkpoint. Now you can see that in the script first it has come as entering Priya. After that I enter the password. After entering the password, I'm introducing checkpoint where I'm checking where the OK button is enabled. Once I check that the OK button is enabled, then I'm going to click on the OK button. The purpose of introducing a checkpoint before OK button is make sure that the button is enabled. Now the people will ask questions that if we have a flight application, I can already see it is enabled. We can see while recording, but we don't know what is the scenario while running, whether it is enabled or not. So I just want to verify it before clicking on OK button. So that's what we have done. We have just verified it and then clicked on the OK button. Now we can go to the keyword view. You can see that in the bracket, this is your checkpoint names. If I want, I can change the name by right click and just click on checkpoint properties, and you can name it any other name you can give for the checkpoint. Mostly it is for the same object for which you have done the record. You have introduced the checkpoint. So for OK button, we have introduced the checkpoint. So it is taking by default as OK. You can change it any name. It will take the new name, whatever you're giving the name here, and click OK. Now we'll just run the script. So just click on the run and wait for it to run. Okay, so we click on the OK button. Once we click on the OK button, the script is going to run. So it has verified that OK button is enabled or not before clicking, and it found that the button is enabled before clicking on OK button. That's why the checkpoint passed. You can just expand in the results sheet and get all the information. So if you click on the checkpoint name is OK1 and it shows passed. So which property we checked, it is showing here. We checked for the enable property. When we are running the script, then in the script you cannot see what kind of checkpoint we have conducted. But if you open the result sheet, there you can see that what kind of checkpoint we have conducted for that particular object. It shows that standard checkpoint, which we cannot see in the script. So I hope this is clear that how we inserted the checkpoint while recording. Now we can also insert the standard checkpoint while editing. It can be done through the active screen. Fine. So we just now saw that how to insert a checkpoint while recording. Now we'll just close and we'll open a new test. Now we'll do the same thing but after recording. So we'll just go to expert view and then click on your record button. Windows application, we are going with the first option. OK. Open the flight application and enter the agent name. After entering agent name, just click the passport as Mercury. Fine. After entering Mercury, just click OK. Now we have completed a recording. We'll just close this application. Right now I'm not entering the details in the next page. Just stop recording. Now after stop recording, we have not introduced any checkpoint. But now I want to introduce a checkpoint after recording. So how can I do? I can just place my cursor in the fourth line because I want to check for the OK button. The reason is it should be visible on the active screen. So view and click on your active screen. So we are not able to see, just click on that active screen. Now you can see the active screen is visible. Here I want to contact for my OK button. So my OK should be visible. So we'll just lift it up. Now OK is highlighted. So I want to introduce a standard checkpoint for OK button. So right click and just insert standard checkpoint. We want for the OK button, fine. Now what property you want to check? By default it's showing enable. That is what we want to check, enable. Now when you are doing after recording, it will ask the insert statement before the current step or after current step. Now where is my cursor? It is in the fourth line. So whatever we are doing, that will come as a script. The script has to come before the fourth line or after the fourth line. We want the script before the current step because we need to first check whether the object or the OK button is enabled or not. Once it is enabled, then only we'll click on the OK button. So we'll do before the current step. When we click OK, you can see now automatically the checkpoint has come before this line. OK, click. It will push the line down and it will get copied there, the fourth line as checkpoint. You can see the keyword view again. The name has come as checkpoint as OK. As we already discussed that the checkpoint name is the same as the object name. And you can modify it as I showed you in the few minutes back. Just right click and you can just click on that and you can just modify it. I just showed you in the few minutes back. Just go to checkpoint properties and modify it. Fine. Now here we'll just run the code and see whether it's running fine or not. We'll just click on the run button and see the script is running fine or not. Okay, now click the OK button and see the script is running fine or not. Now the script is running okay. It has been able to verify that the OK button is enabled before clicking on the OK button. So I hope this is clear how to do the standard checkpoint while editing or using the active screen. Now let's take one more example to understand the standard checkpoint. We'll just click on the new button and we'll record again to understand this concept. So we'll just click on the record, Windows application again. Okay. Click on the start. Now flight. Enter any agent name. I'm giving as Priya. After entering Priya, I'm going to introduce a standard checkpoint. So we'll just click on the insert, checkpoint and standard checkpoint and click inside the agent name. Now it's asking which object you want. We want for the agent name only. Okay. Which property you want to check inside the agent name? Do you want to that the text is Priya? This can be done. This checkpoint can be done only after entering, because we cannot check before entering. After entering, we are verifying that whatever text we gave, the text has been captured properly or not. We are just putting a verification. I'm not clicking on the enable. We are just checking that the whatever text we have entered in the agent name has it been able to capture the same text inside the agent name. So this text is tick mark. We'll just click OK and then enter your password as Valkyrie and then click OK. Fine. So now we'll just close the application and stop recording. Now if you see the script, the checkpoint has, in the previous case, the checkpoint was before the OK, but in this, the checkpoint is after giving the agent name, because after giving agent name only, we can verify that whatever we expected, the same, whatever agent name we have entered, while running also it has been able to take the same name. Okay, now run the script. So this is how you do the standard checkpoint. You can do for combo boxes, agent name, anything, whichever you want to test. It supports a lot of combo boxes, edit boxes, buttons and all. Just click OK and wait for the script to run. Now the script is running fine, means it has been able to verify that whatever agent name you gave, it is the same. You can just go to the result sheet, expand the result sheet to see whether the checkpoint has been captured properly. It's passed, it's captured. We'll just see the details. So click on the checkpoint. As I already told you, the checkpoint, what kind of checkpoint you have done will be shown in the result window, where it is showing as standard checkpoint passed. Which property we checked? Text should be Priya. My expectation was Priya because I entered printer Priya. While running time also it is taking as Priya. So my checkpoint passed. I hope this is clear to all of you. So this is the second checkpoint which we have. This is a different second way of doing the standard checkpoint while editing. So you can just right click on the step on which you want to perform the checkpoint and select your insert standard checkpoint. Okay, so insert checkpoint, standard checkpoint. So in the active screen we just right click and then select the kind of checkpoint you want, and based on that it will check whether the checkpoint is correct or not. We also have a help for understanding the different concepts. You can click on the help. In this help you also have tutorial and the help, so you can go to any of them if you want to know more in details about the checkpoints or any sessions which you want to know more in detail. Just click on the help. If you click on the help, Here you have the search. You can enter just the checkpoints of whatever topics you are looking for. So it will give you a detailed description of whatever we have discussing. So just click on the checkpoints. So whatever checkpoint you want, you can give standard checkpoints or whatever you want to know in detail. Just click on this. So it will list you all the topics. Just 1 second. CHECK points. So whatever you're looking, just enter on that, list the topics. Once you get the list topics, you can select what you're looking for. So here, like we have, you can just click on search all the checkpoints and it will give you information about it. I hope this session is clear and you have understood well how to use a standard checkpoint.
Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
QTP supports a lot of checkpoints. The different checkpoints are like standard checkpoint, text area checkpoint, bitmap, database, image, table and page checkpoint, and XML checkpoint. In this session, we are focusing on what is a text checkpoint and how to work with the text checkpoint. Let's see what is the objective of the session. In this session, we'll start with an introduction to checkpoint, understand what is a checkpoint, then we'll be seeing what is a text checkpoint, what are the ways of conducting text checkpoint, one we can do while recording, other we can do using active screen. And then in the end, we'll be seeing what is the text checkpoint properties. Let's start with the concept of checkpoints. For any object, we have certain expected properties for that object, and while recording it has certain current object properties. So if we are introducing a checkpoint in a script, then for any object, it will compare the expected object properties with the current object properties, and based on that, if the expected object properties and the current object properties are the same, then the checkpoint passes, because it is just a verification. You're verifying the properties, the expected properties with the current properties for an object. It enables us to add checkpoints to our component.script, and it can be inserted at any point of time in the script. So there are different kinds of checkpoints. In this session, we are talking about what is a text checkpoint. So if you're introducing a text checkpoint in a script, it will verify that whatever text you're entering for a particular application, whether it is displayed properly in the defined area, whatever is the defined area or not. It is applicable for both Windows-based application. The text checkpoint can be conducted for either the Windows-based application or web-based application. And it works according to the specified criteria which you are mentioning while going for the text checkpoint. It works for most of the environments or add-ins supported by QTP. Whenever we are introducing a text checkpoint, so QTP will identify the text in your application is using two mechanisms. Either it could be through a Windows API based mechanism or OCR mechanism. What is Windows API based mechanism is, API stands for Application Programming Interface. That enables communication between any two separate softwares. It is very different from the GUI testing, and it is mainly concentrates on the business logic of the software and not on the look and feel factors of the application. So whenever we are introducing a text checkpoint in a script, it will identify based on the Windows API based mechanism, but that is by default. So it tries to retrieve the text directly from your object using the Windows API based mechanism. But sometimes what happens that it cannot capture the text. For example, if you're taking any text, it is a part of the picture, it is inside the picture, then it is not able to follow the Windows API based mechanism. In that scenario, QTP will follow the other mechanism called as OCR, that is your optical character recognition mechanism. So whenever we are following OCR mechanism, that is optical character recognition mechanism, there are certain guidelines which have to be kept in mind. So when you are using this OCR mechanism, the larger the text, it is better for the text recognition. And also we should try to keep the dimensions of the selected area as small as possible, because this will prevent you from taking the unwanted characters. Otherwise, it will take some unrecognized characters and the test will fail. And one more tip is that when you are using the test recognition mechanism for a large area which is having different fonts and backgrounds, it's better to recommend it that you create several steps for capturing the test instead of using only one step for capturing the multiple text blocks. Okay, fine. This is clear. Now let's see how to do the text checkpoint while recording. So we have written the steps while recording. You can just select the insert checkpoint and then click on the insert. So we have opened the QTP now and try to understand the text checkpoint. So first we'll be doing while recording. So we'll just click on the record button and Windows application. We'll go with the first option. Click OK. Now open the application. After opening the application, now we are going to do the text checkpoint for the text which is inside the agent name. So we'll just click on the agent name. After clicking on the agent name, now we are going to insert a text checkpoint. So click on the insert checkpoint and search for the text checkpoint. Once we click on the text checkpoint, it is going to ask me for which object you want the text checkpoint. So just click on this and then click OK. Fine. Now here it comes and opens the text checkpoint properties box in which you can see the name is agent name, class and all. And then you also have that if you want, you can have a detailed checkpoint by you want to check the match case, exact match, or text is not displayed. So all of them you can, any of them options you can select according to your requirement. We also have a checkpoint timeout. How much time you want to give for the checkpoint. You can also change this checkpoint timeout. Okay. Now here it is checking whether the Priya is displayed properly or not. So it is able to capture the Priya, the correct test from the agent name or not. So this is what we do in your text checkpoint. So this is what we are checking. So we'll just click the same thing. We have also taken an example for standard checkpoint. We can do in standard checkpoint also, but in standard checkpoint you cannot check for the match case, exact match, text not displayed, but you can do in your text checkpoint. Just click on OK. And after clicking OK, now we are going to enter the password as Mercury. So we'll just enter password as Mercury. Click OK button. Now the checkpoint has been introduced while recording. And we'll just close the application and stop recording. So once we click on the record button, this page opens. Now just click OK and run the script and see that the script is running fine or not. So the script is running fine means the text was captured properly. It has verified it. Now you can just expand the result sheet to see what kind of checkpoint it has done. So we'll just click on the login and expand the checkpoint. Now as you can see, the text checkpoint is not visible in your script. If you want to see what kind of checkpoint we have covered, we can open the result sheet and it displays that it is doing your text checkpoint. Now, fine. Now we can go to the keyword view and see that the checkpoint name is the name of the object. So agent name is the name of the object for which we have conducted our checkpoint. In order to change the properties, we can just right click on the keyword view in the script for which you want to, for the checkpoint for which you want to give them, change the name. Click on your checkpoint properties and then this page opens. You can change the name, agent name to agent name 1, whatever name you want to give for the checkpoint properties you can change. You can also change any other details which you want to check and then click OK. So now the name has been changed to agent name 1. Now you can just click on the run button. So I hope this is clear how the text checkpoint is done while recording. So while recording, whichever you want to do for the text, you have to just click on the insert checkpoint and text checkpoint, or click on the insert checkpoint and pick up that particular text. Now, how to do the text checkpoint using the active screen or after recording. So we'll go to QTP and understand this concept. So we had run the script and now the result is pass. So this is what we checked. We changed the name to agent name 1 and the result is passed. Now we have to do the text checkpoint after recording. So for doing after recording, we'll just click on the new test and open a new page, and we are going to record for the first page. So we'll just click on the record button, Windows application, okay, and then search for the start and open the flight, enter your agent name. You can enter any name. After that, you can enter the password as Mercury. Once the password is entered as Mercury, just click on OK button. Fine. Now the next page is opening. We are not recording for this particular page. We're just closing and stop recording. Now once you stop recording, I want to introduce a checkpoint for my agent name, which I have not done while recording. So I just need to click on this. Once I click on this, you can see it comes on your active screen. If the active screen is not visible, you can just click on the view and this should be tick mark. So once you tick mark on the active screen, it will be visible. Now I want to do for the agent name text checkpoint. So I'll just right click on the active screen in the Priya and I'll say insert text checkpoint. Now same thing will open. Okay. Now you want to check that Priya is displayed properly. Now again, when you do the text checkpoint, after recording, it will ask whether that step, whatever steps you want to insert for the checkpoint, that checkpoint has to come before current step or after current step. In this case, my agent name Priya is highlighted. So I want the checkpoint script to come after this, because first I will enter the Priya, then I'm going to check whether the Priya has been captured properly or not. So we'll just introduce a checkpoint after this particular step. So we'll not do before current step. We cannot do before current step because the checkpoint cannot be tested till some data is there or some text is there inside the agent name. If we do the text checkpoint before entering, it will fail. So I need to do it after current step. Means after entering the agent name, we are checking whether it has been able to capture Priya properly or not. It is within defined limits or not. Now you can see that checkpoint has come after the Priya. You can go to the expert view also and check that after entering agent name, we introduce a checkpoint which is done through the active screen. Fine. Now we'll just run the script and see whether the script is running fine or not. Click on the OK button and wait for the script to run. Now it has been able to capture the Priya. So the expected and the current value of Priya is same. You can expand it again to see the details of all the. So you can just click on this login, and when you click on the agent name checkpoint, you can see that text checkpoint captured is Priya. We have not switched on the match case, exact match and ignore cases. If you want, you can set any of them depending upon your requirements. So the text checkpoint passed. So hope this is clear for how to do the text checkpoint for the flight application. Now let's take another example or another application to understand the text checkpoint. For this, we have opened Notepad here. Now we are going to do the text checkpoint for the Notepad. For Notepad, just click on the record button, click on Windows application, click OK. After clicking OK, just type something inside that. Let's say we'll write hello, how are you? So you can write anything, whatever you like in the Notepad. After writing the details, we'll just click on the insert checkpoint, and after clicking on the checkpoint, just click on the text checkpoint and click on the text. Now OK. So when we click, you can see that it captures all the whatever we have typed in the Notepad. Everything comes as a constant value. Now check that hello, how are you is displayed. We are checking whether this full sentence is getting captured or not. Okay. Now after capturing, we'll just stop. Now you can see that checkpoint for edit has come. We'll just run the script and see whether it's running fine or not. Just click on the run button. So just click OK and wait for the code to run. So it has overwritten that and it has just captured the hello, how are you? And the test passed. So it shows that it is able to capture the string whichever for which you want to do your text checkpoint. I hope this is clear. We can also modify the checkpoint as I had showed you. You can right click on this and checkpoint properties, or you can also click on the edit here and go for the step properties or the action step properties, and you can modify. You need to just highlight it and then you can click on your edit and the step properties and the checkpoint properties. So this is the way by which we can also modify the text properties. We can also parameterize the checkpoint properties. I hope this session is clear to you. If you have any doubts or want to know more in details about the checkpoints and any other, just go to your help. You have the tutorial and the help where you can just go through it and understand more in detail. If you want the more information, just click on this. You have the search. You can enter your text checkpoint and you can know more in details about whatever we discussed. Everything you can find in the help. Just click on the text checkpoint and you can just click on your text area checkpoint and you'll get all the details, how to access, how to work in more detail. I hope this session is useful for you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard add-in supported by QTP? Option A, Web. Option B, Visual Basic. Option C, Java. Option D, Python. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at software testing? Our QTP training course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about QTP. It's like a toolbox for automating tests, from checking software quality to making sure everything runs smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a QTP Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.